All right, welcome. Joining us. Thanks so much for the fade session 63. I want to keep you
Whoop.
waiting any longer. We're going
Yeah,
through downtime and stuff like that. So if anybody's waiting to watch us, or anybody's just being like, "Oh, this is weird. There's just a break screen. We're starting soon for this many minutes." Okay. So what I need from you at this point, Thanos, is I need to get a sleight of hand check. I need a roll basically for disarming in the past of these 4 days, disarming the other Blood Knight.
God damn.
Okay.
Deuce, didn't you say you were going to try to find a tinkerer in town?
Yeah, well, that was part of the thing is I was going to try to find one to put under my control to get the have them assist me with some of this.
Oh, your domain.
Yeah, because that's how I was going to get my proficiency is from somebody else. I mean, you guys left me alone. I blame you guys. I was like, oh, okay,
That's your domain.
opportunity.
Entering your dreams.
Yeah.
I have
So
stuff to do.
yeah. So for your Dominion count here, you're able to find a tinkerer. And that's how you were able to get the encoding. It's on your character sheet. I've just put encoding that way. I'll lower your Dominion down to 0 to 3 because I think you have 3 people in your Dominion now.
Yeah, Torvin, the commander dude whose name I keep forgetting because he's not that important, and my new tinker
Wow.
friend.
Commander dude. Fine.
Commander dude whose name is not.
He's very important. He's holding the pass to Fate Haven.
I mean, look.
He's of strategic importance.
Yes, but to Thanos' end goals, he's not very important. He was just kind of an obstacle in the way, and I needed him moved, so I moved him to the side for a little bit.
All right, so you're able. So you have Master Torvin, the Commander dude. That's what we're gonna call. That's what we're gonna call him now.
Commander dude.
And then you'll have Apprentice Malik Coglittle in Fate Haven, which is a Apprentice Tinkerer.
That will be
Which
helpful.
it's not little cog.
So they are someone that is not to. Their Tinkerers are actually pretty rare in this continent to be able to be found. So in Fate Haven, there is not actually a shop or anything that would establish not a tinkerer that would be viable for a master or a journey at that. But you have apprentice, so you're able to get the proficiency encoded off of them. And so it really comes down to, are you going to try to use them to do this craft for you, or are you going to perform the craft yourself? Regardless, you're able to disarm the Blood Knight, and you're able to retrieve the gauntlets off of that Blood Knight. So the gauntlets you're able to recover off of that Blood Knight would be flamethrower, paralysis, poison, and the shield arm attachment.
Sweet.
Hell
Damn,
yeah.
That's big.
Hell yeah.
So
Yeah, this one, didn't blow up on me.
what's important is that when I say that is that the flamethrower, paralysis, and poison, they're all one gauntlet.
Yeah.
It's separated off into 3 different items, and they use the same canister when they exchange. Your magical discovery would be for a single type gauntlet that would have its own ammunition.
Yes.
Which would be a separate thing. The unfortunate part about this is that the recovery of the canisters is the problem. So the ammunition that the creature has is void here. So what I got to figure out is are you going to do any more investigating, like in the temple, that sort of thing? Like basically, do they have more ammunition and that kind of thing?
I don't think, because magical discoveries takes a day. I'm doing a day, 2 days for the potions. I guess I would actually have a day. Yeah, I mean, I'll go down there and take a look. I have nothing better to do for a day.
Okay. Then you make an investigation check.
What could go wrong?
Right? What could possibly go wrong?
How do you
Getting all my good rolls out before we do combat, so this is great.
Yeah. We need to
How do
ask
you-
Bruga before we leave. Bruga, do you have a rod of sending?
How do you
An
do
oh shit rod.
HP once your con increases?
It's just +2 per level.
Okay.
Assuming you're at 14, yeah.
Yeah, I was at 14.
Because you're
So
same
it's-
as me. I have 14.
Yeah, I have a
Really bad.
13, so it's gonna be an extra +3 per level for me. I'm going up 33 hit points, dude.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so you're able to find these canisters that are kind of filled with the same liquid that would otherwise be in the constructs that exploded. And they are that bluish green as they sparkle around inside of it. Kind of put into an aluminum type metallic canister that fits the same size as the other ones that are depleted that were on the Blood Knight's body. The other thing that you could potentially you can't get, I should say, is the armor that the Blood Knight has. But you can get materials off of the creature if you want to harvest them. The armor that they have is sinewed and like sewed in to their skin and flesh.
Ew.
So there is not a way to extract that armor off of their body without essentially wearing body parts.
I respect it.
So next question. Yeah, exactly. I respect it. But yes, I respect that. So are you going to harvest?
Disgusting.
Are you going to take an hour to harvest them as well?
No, I would probably give the body to my tinkerer buddy and let him have his fun, and he can have the rest of it now that it's disarmed.
Give him the materials.
He's gonna wear
Yeah.
body parts.
He can, if he wants to make a robot made out of adamantine later, he can make a robot out of adamantine.
Are there any scattered metal scraps?
In the
Any
temple?
explosions?
Oh, from the constructs? Well, most of the constructs don't have any, but there's actually one construct that is still up that wasn't exploded because of the efforts of all of you. So you could potentially harvest that one.
Yeah, I would do that since I knew that he needed the enchantment.
I think isn't the construct metal different?
It's a handful of metal
No.
scrap is what the construct is. The
Ah.
the Blood Knights would drop something similar, but they would also drop adamantine, which is based on their armor. So
Adamantium, unobtainium.
Yeah, I would dismantle the robot. The robot.
Okay, so you get
No
to.
disassemble number 5.
And who's taking those materials?
I would give them to Steven to do whatever. Oh no, I guess it would be Varys because Varys is doing the enchant.
Once we come back,
Yeah.
Mhm.
we should
Well,
only be here for a night, I think. Maybe 2.
Well, I figured, Lucar, you're the one who bought all the stuff, the handful of metal scraps from the shop. So
Yeah, I'm gonna buy that. I'm also gonna do. Should I buy the rest of it now? That's up. What I was gonna
Well,
do the divine hair, the giant's blood.
Well, yeah, you can buy anything of those traders. So I cleared out the one trader that would be representative of all of the metal scraps.
Okay.
They're in your inventory. So you got 20 common and 10 fine. That's all of the metal scraps would be available to you the course of the days. And then you want to buy the rest of them from the traders that are currently there. That's cool. I'm going to put the 2 fine materials in your inventory as well.
Buy me some demon eyes if you find some.
Okay.
Or are you gonna get sea invisibility?
No, I need it for the Blood Fury tattoo.
Should I buy? Do we have rotten flesh, or should I buy it too?
I mean, how much? do you
We don't.
have? How
I don't
much do you
think we
need?
have it.
I have some.
Oh, you do.
Of course you.
I have 27 common. Yeah, man, I harvest everything.
Oh, that's true.
No, that's from Grugash's like little minions that tried to kill us in the swamp.
We still have good amount of dragon blood, right?
I have no dragon blood.
Oh, okay.
I have high.
We'll buy that.
Yeah, I think we used the dragon blood to do a big enchantment.
Yeah. I have lots of hide.
Dollar bills. Okay.
Lots of downtime.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. My brain is exploding.
Sorry, bro.
That's fine. There's just a lot. I have to accept every time that you buy something too. So I'm like, I'm like editing things, and I'm like seeing them come through, and I'm like,
Did they give you a
oh,
pop up,
shit.
or is it just in the?
Yeah, it's a pop up
in
in
the
chat. It's a chat. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. It's not like a thing, right?
I think that's it. I think that's it. Unless you said they roll over again or something, but
That is going to be it for the 4 days. So
Cool.
eventually there will be more, but that is all you can obtain for the 4 days. So now I'm going to configure the gauntlets away from the stat sheet.
So, Lucar, what's your new HP?
oh, I don't know. What level am I? 11.
Yeah.
110.
Oh shit, you're a big boy now.
Oh, those
Finally.
amulets are in chat. Or let's go ahead and equip that.
They almost got up to me. Then.
So
Yeah.
what is?
Tank
Well,
numbers.
mine's 94 now, which is massive for a fucking wizard. Unless I did the math wrong, but I think I did that right.
I'm at 107 now.
I don't have to be a meat shield anymore. I can just let you guys get hit. It's great.
I
No,
mean,
please.
not really.
Yeah,
these
please.
hits,
I still
these
have a
hits that are
16
coming through are
AC,
so high,
so-
bro. Yeah.
I was
Unless
getting
you
hit
guys
for
are-
half
Yeah.
my health.
Hopefully that
Like-
shield gauntlet saves your life a couple times.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
I was getting hit for like half my health anytime I got hit before
Yeah.
this.
I have a feeling it's just gonna keep getting worse.
Oh, it definitely will.
Yeah, you all just got amulets of constitution. Guess who's just going to hit harder now? All of the enemies. Just got a +5 to damage.
I'll take a +5 to damage as long as it's not +1 hit die.
What do you mean? We just need to get you some adamantine armor, honestly. This is what we should do. Adamantine armor of invulnerability.
What'd that do?
Gives you resistance to all physical damage, and then I think it's once a day or 3 times a day or something. You can essentially turn that into immunity to physical
Oh.
damage.
And the adamantine makes you immune to critical hits.
Yes,
Yes.
Daddy. Yes,
Jesus.
I'll tank your
Trust-
hits.
I'm working on getting that for the Friday character.
Oh man, that's good. I mean, the question is, do I have to? I know, Michael, you'd put the Guardian emblem on my thing now, and we had talked about it being like something that you'd have to mount. Should I just give my Beskar to Torvin and trade it for one of the ones that he makes to enchant a new one, or can we pull the Guardian emblem off? It's kind of a weird.
Yeah.
'Cause it doesn't matter if I just have to swap with Torvan and give him what I have.
The thing here is that dragon scale plate of the Guardian, that is like a full tiered item in a way. There's not
Okay.
any improvements that you can make to that would make that a better item at the current rules that we have. So I'll probably say no, that you couldn't take that enchantment off. If it was like if it was just a regular plate and you wanted to make it dragon scale, I would have been like,
Yeah.
sure, right? But because it is listed as a full,
It was just
tier,
kind of like the
rules.
rule. It changed, right? It changed when we changed the enchantment stuff, and I think I would have just put the +2 or +3 on it instead of the Guardian emblem
I
at
mean,
that point. If that was
you
an
can
option.
you can always replace the enchantment. So if you
Okay.
wanna wipe the enchantment and put something else on, it'll just be an extra cost, right? To
Yeah.
do that. So
Yeah, that's what we'll do then. Just delete the Guardian.
okay, then what do you?
That's what we're gonna use the metal scraps for.
Oh,
with
you're gonna put all the
um,
metal scraps to make it durable. What, 2, 3?
Yeah, durable 2 or 3, whatever we can, whatever our enchanter is able to do.
Well, it's an exquisite for durable 3, and right now you currently have 20 common and 12 fine. So you have 1 exquisite already, because 10 fine becomes 1 exquisite. So
Yeah. Yep. So it's
So-
between that and the sword, and I think it's more useful on the armor.
I can do
Well-
either one, by
well,
the way.
Well, the sword takes pelts for hide. It's keen, is what
It
the
takes
enchant.
hide for keen. Oh.
Yeah, it takes hide for keen.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't
Which
take
we
any of the
have.
gold metal scraps for both, which you have, which I'm not a right. You have tons of that, so you just got to reduce it. Which when I'm finished with this, I'm going to run through it all. You guys are going to be like, ugh. So just prepare yourselves. This is a
For
lot
the
of stuff.
accounting.
Yeah. So I'll reduce it. I'll reduce your fine to 2 because you're going to use 10 of those for the exquisite. And then just someone reduce the gold or take chaos core you need, because it's a very rare. You're going to need some of those.
So yeah,
and
so 1
8.
each. Or
Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, so I'm going to remove 2 of your chaos core. So someone needs to remove 60 gold, right? Or other
I'll do that.
chaos core. Yeah, so go ahead and remove 60 gold now. Just get that out of the way. Since I'm doing that here.
But like, just a heads up, Steven, I have the master level of enchanting, so I can do almost anything passively.
I think for very rare, so the +3, he just has to roll anything above like a 2, if I'm remember
Yeah, just
correctly.
basically if I don't roll a 1, I'm fine.
Yep. So I need you to make a roll.
All right.
Now that you grandiose said that,
Chicken-
don't fuck up.
No,
winner,
I mean, I'm
chicken
not
dinner.
saying it's gonna work. I'm just
By
saying.
the way, I'm a master, sir.
I believe in you.
So it's alchemist supplies, right?
Yeah. Just be mindful that the character sheet still is bugged with the tools. So just have to make sure it's all the modifiers are correct. But all we care about is the dice. So yeah. Well, we're fine. I don't think
Whoa!
I don't think we have a problem. You get into the
Does that
legend.
make
Do
it
I
a
need to roll
+4
it
instead of a
twice?
+3?
No, just the once. Unless you're doing the
Okay.
keen. Are you doing the keen 3 as well? On the sword?
If we have a mass, might as well.
That's
I'm
yeah. I
asking
mean,
Steven.
that's a question. Is that the most?
So
is
go
it the-
so go ahead and get the roll off, because Torvin's doing the Beskar part of it, but if you're doing the enchantment part of it,
Ooh,
yeah,
Skin
you're
of your
fine.
teeth.
That was close.
I was really close. Although we had enough to do it again if I failed, right?
Yeah, the keen I'm way less worried about because that takes 100 of our 4,500 first.
Yeah.
Are we gonna put all of Fate Haven in like really dope ass fur armor? That Fate
Fur
Haven
armor.
Riz.
I don't think so.
Just the boots with the fur.
Just the boots with,
With
the
the
fur.
Looking at her.
Up with the count, God boots.
And then what resistance are we keeping the white then? Just because we're saying we're rechanting it, yeah.
Yeah, my dragon armor. Yeah, it's mostly for aesthetics.
So,
Mostly
Crystal
for
Dragonborn
aesthetics.
wearing-
I mean, having resistance to cold damage is never a bad thing.
I mean, this is true.
and then
Although we
Thanos,
already
what
killed the white dragon.
you're getting studded? You're getting dragon, right? Studded. So what is the
Yeah,
resistance
as long
you
as
like?
everyone's cool with the spending. What is it? 37.5.
Spend it.
It's
Spend
fine
it.
with me.
Okay.
I mean, y'all have induced to me with enough stuff, you
No.
know.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, like
Putting my
every time
foot
I'm like,
down.
"Hey, can I have
Then-
5,000 gold for some paper?" And you're like, "Yeah." That's
so
fine.
what color then? It's the dragon skill.
Yeah, it would be the black, so the acid resistance.
Got to stay on brand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that and it's the hide from Grugash, so I think we technically still
we
have
don't-
hide from Ethan left, but
No, we didn't. We used everything we could salvage from him at once, because we couldn't carry all of it. Remember?
Back when we weren't wasteful.
oh yeah.
Right. So
we just-
remove
we just
also
couldn't hold all
remove
of
the
it.
materials. So either the gold, right, for the silvering, or the chaos core for the silvering, or it's chaos salt. So chaos salt and splendor suspension, all of that stuff. So those havoc catalyst, those three, those are all just chaos salts now. So you can just kind of think about those in that way, or exchange them. So you can control spacebar, or even open the compendia and search for those materials yourself and just manually exchange them out. Just be mindful that the silvering takes 2 chaos core or 2 of those core materials or 20 gold. It's like super cheap to craft it yourself.
Okay.
So that's another thing that you're going to be doing, Varus, and that's just something there. So now that we have all of that done, the last thing that we have to do here is okay. I think that's it. That's all we got for items.
I
believe.
I had some potions.
Is that in the down? That's not the chat, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Where is that?
I said I was gonna finish scrying and then
Oh,
6
that's up
potions
there.
of
Okay, I see that now.
energies. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, like split after Thanos. So,
All right. Let's
Yeah.
get this.
but yeah, it was 6 potions of energies and 2 of intense energies. And then if before the session or like before we headed out from Fate Haven, I wanted to test a new spell like at a training ground. That was like what I wanted to do.
Trade skills, one exquisite. So I'll
Are
take
you
that
are you
one
purchasing?
out.
You're purchasing those, or are you gonna make them?
I was gonna make them
Okay.
because we have
Sweet.
the stuff for it.
You have the materials for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me see. Where's the?
And
A1
you got-
finish the spell into my spell book. Okay, that's accomplished. You can take care of that, and then test one of his new combat spells. So what spell are you testing then?
Gravity Fissure.
Oh, sweet Jesus! Where are you testing that at?
I just wanted to go to a training ground where like I could tell people to like clear out because basically
Sure.
out of character I want to see what the targeter looks like, but for Varus he wants to see like how the spell works basically because this is something he's been like working on his own.
Oh, okay. So you want to actually throw the spell and see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
And then scrying, right?
Spending money on. Yes. Doing stupid shit. Probably. Destroying the courtyard for no fucking reason. Now we-
Absolutely.
1, 3, 4, 3 tiers. Minus.
Oh yeah, and then I needed to give some of these potions to Tegan. I forgot how to do that.
Bottom left, there is a trade that is there. And then, Erwin, you're doing 5 more potions of superior. So I'll put your 4 to 9.
Okay, subtract the
All
gold.
right. And then the
remove
rest of the
that.
conversation is just we're talking about previously.
I will remove the pelts.
Wait, what?
Huh? I was removing the pelts from the group
Okay.
sheet. I was
So I'm gonna
trying to start.
rattle off now. We can come to the testing the combat spell when we
Okay.
go through the lore. So I'm gonna round just to go through the chat and make sure we have everything done. So Varus, you want to test out your gravity fissure. We'll test that probably at the lists in Fate Haven. Then you're copying scrying, right? That's the spell you're finishing.
Yeah.
Okay. Then 6 potions of energies and 2 potions of immense energies that are in your inventory. Just be mindful to remove the materials. And I don't think you need to roll for those. Actually, hold
yeah.
on.
I wasn't sure. I think I might have to roll for the intense energies.
You have to
but
roll
not-
for the immense energies. So I need 2 rolls with your alchemist supplies. Because you just can't get a 1. So into the roll. Okay, so those are good. And then Erwin, 5 potions of superior healing. Those are rare, which you're able to do passively without a roll. Those are in your inventory. Then Deuce, so Thanos, you have 7 potions of fatigue in your inventory now. You have the tinkering proficiency because you've encoded, and I've just kind of kept with that. You can always remove it though, but I'm assuming that's what you're encoding pretty much every time at this point, just to work the gauntlets, work your magical discovery, that sort of thing. Okay.
Yep.
And then you have a silvered Beskard Greatsword of Keen 3 that is made by Torvin, enchanted and silvered by Varus, that is currently in Lucar's inventory, and it's configured with improved smite, as well as the 2d6 roll less than equal to 2 formula. And then, let's see, you're not going to do the magical discovery for the gauntlet for the stored lightning, because you got the gauntlet from the other one, or are you doing that magical discovery?
I would still do that magical discovery because my
Okay.
thinking is that with the Beskar, I can actually make those regularly. I can't reverse engineer these and make poisons.
All right, so your proficiency is 4. You don't have any artisan rank with that, so proficiency is 4, and then your intelligence is the modifier that I would require from you here. That is going to be a plus
it's a
1, so
1.
it's a plus 5. You have a plus 5 to your roll. The DC is 18.
Don't fuck it up.
No.
Okay, so
You fucked it up.
sorry
fucked
to
it up.
interrupt. I forgot. How do you send it to people? Where's that at?
Bottom left of the players list, there should be a trade button, which
Oh,
allows you
okay.
to initiate a
you.
trade. Yeah. Okay, so that is going to be a failed magical discovery. Then I need a magical discovery for the uncommon, which is the lightning canister. That is going to be the same use of the same magical discovery point, but I will give you the benefit of the doubt if you want to try to get that uncommon, which is just the canister or the gauntlet, which is a DC of 12.
Oh, if we could have reversed those, that would have been great.
Do you want to reverse them?
No, that's fine. It's just funny that I hit the 2 DCs just in reverse order.
Sure. Okay, so you're able to discover the canister, and you're able to make that the lightning canister. In terms of it's a common actually. Sorry, so it's only DC of 8, so you should have been able to hit that pretty quickly, anyways. I even passively.
Yeah, I think passive is what,
passively
5 plus.
you'd be able to do it.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and drag that in to your inventory so we can keep track of that consumable there. So it's a lightning canister. It's used for the lightning risk gauntlet. You've failed the lightning risk gauntlet, which is a rare. So gold wise, I need you to reduce 80 gold pieces. You need to reduce 80 gold pieces for the core material.
Okay.
And then you need to reduce 1 fine handful of metal scrap. So I will reduce that from Lucar. Down to 1. Notes for me here. Okay, so make my notes. And then you don't get any sort of, if you're still working, I don't think anybody's working on artisan rank at any of these, but just be mindful that the magical discovery does not actually give you, even if you fail or succeed, it doesn't give you that. And so Thanos, just go ahead and edit your magical discovery points at this stage. In your features tab, you should see the discovery points. I think based on your crafting and going through that one, you should have 1 point at the current moment.
Yeah.
Okay. If I did my notes correctly.
Yep.
So you still have potential of doing it at another point. And then Erwin, since you've been crafting potions and successfully, I think you actually have like 6 magical discovery points, maybe even like 8 or 9. So I'm going to let you all keep track of that because it is something. So if you do 3 crafts, right, and you are successful in those crafts, you get a magical discovery point. So you can kind of keep track of that in your features tab, just kind of add them in. But it really only comes into play if you're wanting to do the magical discovery. And so I try to be a little bit more lenient with it. But like for you, Varys, right, at this point, I think you have at least 5 magical discovery
I have
points.
10.
You have 10. There you go. Keep track. Good. Okay.
I would like to, if possible, just while everybody else is doing stuff, Maldor would start tatting up the guard in Fate Haven.
Tatting up guard?
Yeah, he's going to start giving them coiling grasp tattoos to use for like subduing people.
Okay.
So just however many of those I can do during the time.
That's awesome.
I think it's great. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Giving some coiling grasp. So those are uncommon. So just go ahead and reduce however many crafts you can do. Remember, it's an hour per craft, so you could probably do a number
many-
of those.
How
per
many days
day.
are we down?
4 days.
We have 4 days. Yeah.
But how long before we go back before Brugger teleports us? How long are we in Fate Haven?
I was
It's an
going to use all
instant.
4
It's-
days.
It's literally
Yeah.
instant. Yeah, Brugger just teleports, and you all have a circle. So
Oh, that's true.
So
Yeah,
is
I
that
was just going to use all 4 days so that I could do as many crafts at the tower as possible.
We'll call it.
Yeah, y'all
30,
stay
right?
there as long as possible. That'd be
What
preferred.
what do I reduce for that uncommon tattoo?
So it's uncommon. It's 1 common pelt of fur and hide to make it. So it'll be
Oh, so we have those
four chaos core, and then 1 common pelt of fur and hide. So you could basically say, 1 chaos core is 10 gold. So you can reduce, at your leisure, right? You do 1,600 gold, right? Which is like crazy amount of tattoos. And then reduce 100, some odd amount of the belt.
1,600 gold and 100 pelts.
It'd be.
I'm sorry.
Well, if you wanted to do that, I was gonna say.
I'm assuming I would do like, I don't know. It's 4. Let's just call it 30 total, right? That would be
30. You want to do
just-
30
just-
total?
just under 8 a day or whatever. I'm not doing anything else. So.
All right. So reduce 1,200 gold then. So reduce 1,200
Okay.
gold.
And add temporary arthritis status.
And add temporary arthritis. And then reduce 30 common pelt of fur and hide because it's 1 for each.
Oh, it's just 1. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes
I
it
don't
pretty
trust
simple.
myself to do the math right now. So I'm let's see, 17.
And this is for the guard of Fate Haven, right?
Yes, our fighting force that we are assembling,
Okay.
and 30.
Yeah, Fate Haven's going to be
pelts.
pretty.
Scary.
Yeah, because like right now you have the Knights of the Mark there, and these guards with these tattoos.
All right, and then I need to update my crafts. So it's for every 3 you get a magical discovery.
Correct.
So that would be 10.
Correct.
Okay.
Just kind of
I'll
it
figure out what to do with that
maximizes.
later.
Yeah, and you can increase that secondary number if you want, but I highly doubt you're going to use 10 points, right? So-
Right. Yeah, I don't have that many ideas.
Yeah. I don't have that many ideas. Wait, hold on. Where's David? We need David!
David, come in,
Did
Max Force. We need
Someone
you.
say magical discovery.
Yeah, I don't have that many ideas either. For one, I was like, I don't know. Never mind.
Okay, and then after you get your tinkering and coding, you Thanos, you are going to release them from your Dominion. Is that correct? Or you want to
Yes.
keep them now that you failed?
No, I'll release him because I don't want everyone else to know, and I'm going to try to actually use some of these abilities in combat at some point.
Okay, so you now can get 1 more in your Dominion, and because you've lost that from your Dominion, you won't have the encoding for the.
In the coding. No.
Okay, so I'll remove that proficiency for you here.
I still love the idea that we all went back to Fate Haven and Thanos is just hanging out at the Windy Tower
Yeah.
Yeah, you think I'm at the Windy Tower?
Doing his thing.
or wherever you're at. Just like, hey Thanos, you want to come back? No.
Well, at least he's not running from dinosaurs.
That we know of.
Yeah, you guys don't know what happened when I went back down into the temple. I could have been chased around like a madman by the fucking Wolverine.
All
That's
right,
true.
so there's 2 points of role play that we're going to do. We're going to do conversations with Aquina, and then we'll do conversation with Orcivis. So prepare for that, Thanos. I'm just going to keep going through the items though to make sure. So we have 3 amulets of Constitution. Make sure to reduce 21,000 for those, and then you, Steven, bought up all the stuff from the trader, and so for my notes, that constituted 1,200 gold pieces. For all of the handful of metal scraps. So go ahead and now reduce 1,200 for those.
All right, so I'll take the 1,200 for me, and you said 2,100.
21,000 for the 3.
So that's
amulets of
2,100
Constitution.
platinum.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'll do that off the illustrated.
So that's reduced there. Fantastic. And then we have 6 Beskar plate armors going to the Knights of the Mark, which are the Knights from Glenmark. Those are Eldritch Knights. They will gladly accept that armor from you all. And then we have the 100k for the Black Dragonhide Saddle Leather of Durable 3. And so be mindful of reducing all of that gold, Thanos.
Yeah, we were gonna sell the plate to the knights. That
Oh,
was
you want to
plan.
sell them?
Yeah,
Yeah, to see if they wanted them, basically.
yeah.
What's the
Because
price? What's the price?
the 25k, the half off.
Okay, they'll buy it for 25k then.
Yeah, because that was gonna be how I was gonna pay for the.
They're coming to assist you and aid you and help you, and you're gonna fucking sell them.
We opened up our
half price?
stocks.
At half price.
Welcome to
I mean,
Fate
that's a-
Haven!
That's a fantastic deal. Here's this incredibly rare metal armor for half cost. Like,
Yeah, let me
Yeah, that's
remove all of the best.
I'm sure they love that.
How many items of Beskar do we make? 7.
You made a Beskar Greatsword and a Beskar Plate Armor, so 7.
And then 3 more Beskar plate armors, right? That you're
We
selling to
made
the knights.
we made 6 to sell to the knights,
Okay.
so that would be the 7.
So if you're doing any of those, are you crafting any of those plate armors, or are you making?
No, that's what I have Master Torvin for.
Okay, Master Torvin is sweating, killing themselves.
He's going to work.
He said he wanted
Oh.
to make Beskar shit. That was his life
Yeah,
dream.
it was
so
his life
here he
dream,
goes.
so he's a happy man.
Are you giving Torvin any of the commission of that at all? Any funds at all for doing?
Huh.
You were giving
Uh,
him Beskar, weren't you?
Well, so we sold 6 plate armors, and I think my item for the durable 3 and for the Black Dragon was only like 85.50 or something. Right? Because it's 37.5 for to use our mats to make it, and then 50 for the durable 3, if I'm not mistaken. That's how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he can have the rest of that.
Okay, so just reduce at your leisure. All right, and then you want to make Torvin start making cannons. Beskar. That you want to make just cannons, or you want him to make the arcane?
No, the arcane Beskar
Yeah.
cannons. So
Okay,
every cannon he makes, he can have like one exquisite Beskar that he can make whatever he wants to his heart's content.
okay. So those they have a particular name now in terms of discovery. They're referred to as a rail cannon. So because that's really what they are. They're basically it's like a railgun that I created for the game, but they require something that Torvin actually cannot make, and that is a potion of vaporization that an alchemist has to make. It's a very rare potion, and it requires 1 potion for each time you fire the cannon.
Okay, but he doesn't need the potion to make the cannons, right?
No.
We need them
no.
to fire them later. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. As long as we have the cannons on standby for when we're ready for them.
Okay,
You're gonna
okay,
make
they're-
me make those potions,
Okay.
you asshole.
So
Huh?
they're
No, we have
Brew to help.
so they're legendary, and so they'll take 10 exquisite Beskar scraps for each rail cannon created. So
Yeah, so we have
you
enough
just,
for 3 of them right now.
you just want him to start making them.
Triangle pattern on the top of the keep.
on the walls.
So I'll go ahead and take 3,300 Beskar scrap out.
Okay,
Because every cannon he makes, I'm going to let him have 1 exquisite to make like armor or something, that whatever he wants for himself.
okay, and then I'll put the 3 rail cannons into the group character sheet.
We're out of Beskar, guys.
Hell yeah.
Wow,
That's
that's
Hell
crazy.
yeah.
You used all of it to make cannons that don't benefit us directly.
Yeah,
And
also,
what are you
will
gonna
when
do
the
with
dragons show
Beskar?
up.
And we also can't shoot them.
Yeah.
We can
Also-
fix
Yeah.
that.
Also put the cannonballs. They fire 35-pound cannonballs. So I'll put about 200 of those. Actually, hold on, 1,000 of those in inventory. They're common. They're really cheap. They're just cannonballs. That's all
Yeah.
they are. So they're
Just
really
heavy.
cheap. Yeah, just heavy. Well, technically, the normal cannons you'd see, there's a 60-pound cannons. Those are
We're gonna make the guard carry the cannonballs up to where they need to be, 1 in each hand, like holding them up to get them strong.
Oh no, we're gonna put these on a freight wagon at some point, and we're just gonna drive around with 2 cannons aimed off either side.
I'm sorry.
What was
This
that?
is so stupid,
Freaking
man.
That's just gonna get us killed. What's gonna happen there?
No,
Yeah.
we're
You could
turning
We're
around.
attach the rail can. So this is why I made the vehicles. I thought it'd be really funny. So make a farm wagon. So create a farm wagon and mount a rail cannon to it.
Yes,
and pull it
exactly.
pull it with one draft horse. That's all you need. Just one draft horse. Come on! All right, it's like
That poor draft horse.
No. We're just gonna recruit the best goblins we can find. Goblins? Is it goblins? Or gnomes?
Goblins.
Gnomes.
No,
The best gnomes that we can find to turn the black rat into an airship.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a possibility here too. In the if you pay attention to the glyphs, there is a glyph trigger, which allows you basically to create 2 glyphs, and then they will interact with mechanisms to trigger something. So when we actually talked about how to fire these cannons, you actually will need a glyph of trigger to actually fire them, because you're going to enact the potion. That's what you're doing. So you're actually making a glyph inside of the cannon, and then you're making a glyph on the ground. That's what representative in the ship that Cap Morgan has. That's what that is. So that's what that glyph is in the map. So of the ship, that's what basically they're doing. So if you do end up kind of going through that, you'll need to do that, but it's not something that Brugge can't make, and they're just uncommon. So
We need to hire a shield bubble mage too.
just depends on where you want. Well, that's a different thing.
I've
I
cast
Dozen.
that
We need
spell.
we need a dozen shield bubble mages.
What do you mean higher?
Hire? I don't know.
I don't pay people to do things.
Sweet
Do we
Jesus.
know that?
No, you
Do
don't.
we
Do
know
we,
that?
do we need to
No.
know
No.
that?
Do
He
we
does.
know
Oh
that?
my
God.
We need to know
I
that?
You'll
do
never
have,
know.
before we move to the role play or
Role
whatever, I
play,
do have
okay.
2 questions. So one is what is the proper way to add the bonus hit points from the amulet retroactively? Should I
So-
just add that to overall bonus?
Yeah, so that's
take a
really a good question. There's nothing in the role formulas to automate that stuff, so there's not any attributes that you can play on to say, oh, when you do the hit die, it's going to be maximum.
Yeah.
The best thing I can say to you is that if you roll your hit die and that you roll them and that it's low, right? So let's say that you're like, well, I had 5 hit die and it should have been 50, but I only recovered 37, and now I'm not at my max. Just make the difference and put it to your max.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Well, I'm no. So
Yeah.
I mean so we're level 11, and it
Sure.
Retroactively adds +2, so it'll add 22 HP. Where do I do that?
Oh,
Oh,
the
yeah, on your
total
character
HP.
sheet.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. You have
Should I
you
just
have
add that under overall bonus?
you're gonna have to do that. Well, you're gonna have to do it manually now because now you're leveled. But you could put it
Yeah.
underneath the bonus, but it will read your Constitution score now. So the bonus thing in the cogwheel, that is for like the tough feat. That's what that's for.
Yeah.
But it will read your Constitution. So you need to think about what your Constitution was before and what it is now, and then add that multiplied by your level to your max HP.
So so
Just edit the max.
can I just add it to the overall bonus then and just leave it there? And
You
then
should
make
be
a note that I did that at
you should be able to add it to the overall bonus, and then you can make a note of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever take it off, you just subtract.
Yeah, I made a
2 for
note
every
in my
level.
biography or whatever so that I just remember, or
Yeah,
my journal.
yeah. Yeah, if I take it off, I know to take away 22 hit points.
Well, it would be 2
But
per
more
level.
than that, yeah.
Yeah,
2
it
per level.
Depends when you take it off.
Because like if you level
Yeah,
twice and
yeah.
then take it off, it would be more. Yeah.
Right, it would be 26 at that point or something. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Roger.
I think I can do the math.
Yeah, it's always just whatever the difference is times your current level.
Yep. All right, everyone, take a deep breath because I need a breath. I need some coffee. I didn't have time to even make coffee this morning. That's how.
Go make some
dedicated I
coffee
am.
then.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
will
I
wait for you
was-
to make a cup of coffee.
We will wait for you to make some coffee.
That was
No,
a lot
Yes,
down.
go get your coffee. We can take an early break.
Well, we're gonna get through the role play. I'm gonna get through the role play, and then we'll do a break because I think it's really important. Some of these things.
Sounds good.
The last thing for crafting, so the last thing, and I skipped over, I forgot, is the shield arm attachment. Okay.
Oh yeah.
The shield arm attachment unfortunately, for you, Thanos, is it actually does not require canisters, it requires charges. And it actually is a bicep attachment to the armor itself. So the cybernetic armor that they wear. So I've put it into your inventory, and it does have 3 charges because you're able to have it charged from the armor. But once you remove it, you cannot have it charged. There's no power. It also requires the creature to be alive to power it. It uses the pumping of the blood, the heart, to power the actual device. So it's pretty tinkery, tricky, right? How that works, but in concept, you just don't have the body or the you're not a cybernetic organism to take it. But I will allow you to use it because it does have 3 charges, so it's going to be can't be recharged. You just can't use it 3 times. What it will do is when activate, it deploys the shield spell, so it gives you +5 armor class, and it's a 15-degree face where it will become immune to projectile attacks.
Okay, so don't use this willy-nilly until I can figure out a way to recharge it.
I mean, that sounds like a magical discovery to make recharge potions, right? You just
Yeah,
some
well,
things
and
on.
that it's a good point, right? Because that's kind of what I'm getting at here is that because with the way I've wrote this, the way I created this, I don't really have. There's not a way to really loop this and use it, but I want to make it so you could because you want to take the opportunity, you want to do the role play with it, you wanted to tinker with it. So I'm getting you the opportunity, and I think Adam makes a really good point, right? Just use a magical discovery and create a power source for it or something that would recharge.
Yep. We'll get around to that. Next downtime.
It requires Beskar.
I don't want any more
No.
downtime. That was
No.
insane.
No more Beskar. We have no more Beskar.
No more downtime. No more Beskar. No,
But
okay.
I am thinking that I could use the Potion of Energies in a way.
The mind is turning.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna even say, I mean, maybe because I didn't know how it worked, but like maybe if I pump shield spells into it,
Oh, we just turn it into a shield, an
Shield
ornament
storing.
of shield storing.
yeah,
Yeah, but then you'd have to use 3 of your first levels to keep it charged, and that's not.
yeah. I'm just
just
saying,
do it
like
before
for like
bed
a
or something.
day, yeah, like a day that I don't use my first levels, I could just, and then you have them.
Well, first levels are also common, so like we have so much money that we could just buy the spell scrolls of it, because a
Mhm.
common spell scroll is 100 gold.
Yeah,
So,
I can
like-
make those really easily as well. So
Yeah, 300 gold to recharge that once in a while after a big fight probably isn't the worst. But that's again magical discovery. We'll get there later.
Yeah.
Or just potion of energy, since that just restores spell slots anyway. It would be a pretty, I think, easy conversion. I just had to figure out a way to feed it into the mechanism. And by me, I mean the next tinker that I find.
Or the old one if you want to go back.
Oh man,
No, fuck the old one. He's dead to me.
he's
My
dead.
deal with him is over, so I don't have to worry about that anymore.
Sweet Jesus.
I was about to say, so you've used your deal with him, and then Tegan's used his deal. So me, Steven, and Adam or Maldor, sorry, still have to plant seeds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ew.
And then that shield arm attachment would technically be a glove slot, right? I would assume, or is it a hand slot?
So the shield arm attachment is going to be a hand slot if you're going to use it.
Okay.
That seems to be the most reasonable thing. The gauntlets, again, they're divided up just for the sake because they rotate through, but that technically is
Yeah.
one gauntlet slot.
Okay. Oh, so they take. Oh, okay. That makes me happier.
Mhm. How many food scraps do you have, Deuce?
A lot. How much did he give me? 150 of.
150 common.
I think they're still in Erwin's inventory. I don't know that we actually ever did the trade for the food scraps. that he left on my bed. I also think we bored him, and now he's been muted, and he's probably off playing another video game.
Probably.
Drew.
How else are we supposed to achieve unlimited power?
He's harvesting juices right now.
Did
Oh
I
God.
did I
Oh,
miss him leaving food on your bed or something?
Yes.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
it's,
bought apples. What did he buy? It was lemons.
Oh, I remember all that. Yeah.
Yeah. So because I was complaining about the reprocessed food from Herbert, he came and dropped them in my room.
Such a nice touch.
Yes. We know who the true caring person in this party is.
Yeah, it's
Or the
always
person
been
trying
him.
to kill you.
Yeah, those things could be full of acorns.
You never know. We bought a lot of those too.
All right, so we'll go through the role play with Orcivis here. Oh man, hold on.
These should be super quick.
Yeah, well, it's a
That's
more
what you think.
complicated than you think. So you open a can of worms here.
Thanos was never seen again.
Yes.
But before the migration of data, I gotta track down where I put artwork for Orcivis. He's also getting a name change with the Pantheons, which is delayed, but
Thank God.
His
I'll
name
be
is
able
now
to say
Orpheus.
I'll be able to say his name. I hope.
Yeah.
It's a level of pleasure to me to hear you all say Orpheus.
I don't say it. I just don't talk about him anymore.
Daddy
talks
O. We
to
just call him
Daddy
Big
Daddy
O.
Daddy O, yeah.
I just
Yeah,
say
Big
it. Yeah.
Daddy-O.
Big
Daddy-O.
Daddy-O.
Real quick, the inherent +2 on the white dragon scale plate, I just added under the effects with the damage resistance, the cold. Is that the right way to do that?
It should automatically apply when you equip the armor because
It didn't.
Yeah, mine didn't either. I
But
went
it
into
just-
the item and
Are you
edited
serious?
the AC.
I did all that work. What? It didn't do it.
But I just
Oh,
added that,
you-
armor class
no,
bonus or
don't
whatever. I
you-
don't know if that's the right way.
Don't you? Oh wait, are you talking about the resistance?
No, the armor class bonus.
No, the armor class
+2
bonus
AC.
is working.
Well, I added it
Oh,
as an effect.
no.
It only had the damage
Oh,
resistance.
hold on. That's yeah.
Did I
see,
do
I see what
it
you're saying.
right or wrong?
Wrong.
Okay.
I just
You-
added the AC on the item to 14 since studded
Yeah,
with
don't
+2 is 14.
put that there. Just put it directly into the armor class of it. Because okay, so stacking armor class bonuses will have to check multiple different values when it goes through an attack roll. So when that happens, it actually will lag out the rolls slightly. So
Makes sense.
yeah. So I do have one
So just
effect on
edit
it.
the base.
Yes, edit the base is what it is. I did that for you, so you don't have to do it.
Okay.
And then you edited your base. Good. I just forgot. I changed the values of them, and I completely went over my head that I didn't put the +2 into the armor class base. Okay, so that should be accurate now for both of you. Yeah, it's complicated, but that's really, in layman's terms, is that when you go through the roll automation, it has to check a number of things. And what I found is that there is a number of seconds that it will lag if there's multiple frames of AC bonus. So it goes through each of those effects before it
Yeah,
can
it
even
makes
give
sense.
you
It's got to
the.
search it all.
Yeah. So I try not.
Oh
to.
yeah, I'm still doing the training ground thing right after the role playing scenes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten you, boy.
I just didn't want to say anything in case, or wanted to say something in case you forgot because you've had a lot on your plate.
Meanwhile, in Fate Haven, Varys opens a fissure to the nether.
Yeah. Maldor's mid tattoo, all of a sudden it's just like
I mean, I'm gonna clear everyone out. Like everybody, 100 feet away.
Why don't we
Go-
just take you to that destroyed keep that we went to? And you just destroy it further.
Yeah, just destroy. Yeah. I,
No,
Although
don't
we
do
did
that.
want
We
to
need the obelisk.
excavate the obelisk. Yeah. Mate, can you excavate the obelisk with your fissure?
Just
if you
literally move
would-
the
you
ground.
You do
it
the fissure
pulls
and then I'll go
things-
spelunking.
the fissure pulls things side to side. So if you want to pull it up, I'd have to
Ariana Grande.
sinkhole it up and out, and then fissure it to the.
We
Sounds like a
believe in
way
you.
for you to chain your
Yeah.
gravitational spells. It's about time to show us what you can do,
We
Mr.
believe- we
Gravity
believe in
Man.
you.
That's an
Excavate the
advanced
obelisk.
combat maneuver.
Mr. Gravity.
Mr. Gravity.
I mean, that's yeah.
I mean, are
That's-
you a
that's
gravity
the idea.
wizard or a time wizard? I'm confused now.
Yes.
I'm a Dunamancy wizard.
I mean, technically, you could say that time and gravity are very related.
They
so
are tightly intertwined, yes.
That was kind of the idea.
We have
I like the
loop,
idea
our
of-
loop quantum gravity wizard.
Gravity Man, he sucks.
Yeah, he does suck.
Oh God.
He sucks and he pushes, but mostly he sucks.
I would say sucks and thrusts.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Sucks and thrusts. All right, are you doing Orcivis first, or are you going to do
Just
Quina
turned it
first?
to 11.
Aquina, because I feel like she gives me the info that I really want.
Okay, I need you to make a intelligence or a
How's-
wisdom saving throw.
Okay. I would be casting Intellect Fortress since I have learned this game. And then Wisdom save.
Cast intellectual fortress because I've learned this game.
I've learned. So I'll do that, and then
Nice.
Okay. So you begin to reach out through the stone, and you actually form a pretty strong connection here. You feel the wispy of air around you and the fluttering of clouds and different sorts of motions of air circulating around your body. In a moment, when you close your eyes and focus onto the stone, which is bridging the connection towards the Aquina, it now bridges the connection in terms of vision to the actual plane of air that exists.
God, that looks cool.
oh, that's because I have more pieces of the stone now. Interesting.
That is what Aquina artwork, in terms of finding a pretty representative appearance to
That's
Aquina's
cool.
appearance, would be representative.
Are those floating tongues?
They're not tongues.
They're
So-
sky eels.
As you appear in this space, the wind is fluttering around you, and that creates most of the sound that you hear. Go ahead and grab that sound. I gotta reconnect here to my audio. And while you're in this space and you're floating, it seems. Let me go ahead and get the grid off of here. I realize the grid's on accidentally. That there is a force that is always present in this plane of existence. And it's a force that enables you potentially to move around without any influence of gravity. You're able to freely move your body as you please. And it's very similar in terms of like, if anybody's seen Invincible or any of those sorts of comics, but it's not like you don't have to use a force to push yourself off of something. You just move in that direction. That's kind of what you're feeling. So it's not necessarily flight. It's more like a kind of just a motion that you're moving your body in this plane of existence. And from a cloud that begins to cackle with lightning and begins to form spindles into a funnel. And then from that appearance, and the cackle of that lightning begins to fuse with the air molecules. It turns into a figure that represents a humanoid. It has a female appearance to it, long hair. And it could be something that appearance-wise is appearing to you and what you would find most appropriate in terms of your own body and your mind. So it's connecting with you in a way. And it's appearing as something that seems to you as normal, as best as possible. The other thing you have here is floating pieces of large rocks, stones, These islands, as they float into the air, they are pulled by the same force, and they seem to also move in their own motions as they're kind of funneling like there is gravity here, and they might be pulled by some of that force, and it's rotating around something as it's moving. And it could very well be that the plane of existence is moving as well around something. The clouds are moving, everything seems to be in motion at all times. And then there are these creatures, and the creatures that you see as they're kind of floating and they're moving around are these long-gated dragon-like creatures that don't actually have wings, and they're more or less in terms of kind of bridging to modern day, would be a dragon depicted in most Eastern histories and myths and folklore. Okay, so dragons that would be more of like lizard-based and less upon the kind of wings, and if they have wings, they'd be really kind of stunted and small. They could slither themselves around and move, but they don't really have any sort of appendages. They're just kind of floating as these long snakes as they're moving with dragon-like heads, and the fins and other sorts of accents are falling off of them, and they glow with a vibrant of different kind of lighting as it reflects. And these dragons would represent something very similar to one of your own, which is a crystal dragonborn. That's exactly what these dragons are.
That's badass, actually. I'm gonna note that because I'm gonna let Lucar know.
So they're not crystal dragons, though, but they have the scales of a crystal dragon. And so it just seems odd that something so similar in histories or in draconic lore, right, would be here in existence of some way. And that's why this concept art really fit the bill when I was searching for something that would represent the plane, is that the creatures are kind of similar to that. They're not eels, though. But so as Aquina appears in front of you, Aquina is just kind of floating there, and forms into this shape, and they're just kind of now suspended. And that air molecule is fusing with the static electricity around them, creates a lighting effect that's very pleasant to the eyes. We stop.
So this is your home.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna ask if this was her home.
Okay. Stare at you. This is the plane of air.
Interesting. Well, I don't want to take much of your time. I know you're busy defending this plane. We recently came across information that Damodar is in possession of presumably the spindle. And I was
Which is
wondering if
not
that is
correct.
that is not correct. So what is the soul that he stole from you guys so we know what he is after? We're trying to understand what his end game is because it makes no sense.
Your task is to return the stones. Follow me answering this for you. Bring the stones to me.
I will see what I can do. That's all. I was just curious what Damodar stole. Thanos will break the connection. If she's not going to be forthcoming, Thanos isn't going to push.
Okay. There it is you as you break the connection to pull back.
That was quick.
As I said, I had one question and one question only, and she told me I was wrong, and she didn't give me any more information. That's all I wanted.
Listen, that they would be willing to give you more information. They're trying to figure out why that's impertinent to you bringing the stones back or not. Couldn't answer that one, could you, buddy?
And
No,
the
because I don't
master
know if I'm going to
negotiator.
give them the stones back yet, so, you know?
Yep.
Hey,
I love this place.
it looks so
Varys loves this place too.
Mhm.
This is bringing flashbacks. Hearing this sound.
So as you slumber with your circlet, you begin to reach and connect to Orsivis. Orsivis, minding themselves, moving their hand in the direction of a small piece of black rock as it bounces and floats in the air for a brief moment before it passes down. The scythe draped across their lap at all times. They have no legs at the present moment, just funneled with that purple black cloud, that energy that funnels around them. They look towards you. You appear in front of them. They grab the scythe, brace it to the left, begin to form legs. What has my chosen brought for me?
I will go ahead and take a knee and bow my head. I have brought a request. I wanted to make a deal and needed to know the price of the deal. What that
Bargain
seems to be.
to be made.
Yes.
Lion Viper, speak. What is it which you ask?
We obviously aim to move against Damodar, and our next target is the Silver Dragon. However, it is young, adolescent, and its mind has been broken by the sins that it has been forced to commit. I am hoping to find a way to fix that. However, once that is fixed, I will need somewhere for the dragon to be shielded from Damodar, and I was hoping I could put that in the marsh and have you protect its mind similar to how you did Grugash. Between your power and the stone, I should be able to keep it from Damodar's abilities. He didn't have the stone, that's why I mentioned the stone. Chill.
Out of character, we all know what Thanos had given Orsivis, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
His self dignity.
It's true.
and the dumbass egg that we had to save.
Time
It'd be fair if we didn't give him the egg.
moves differently in the Shadowfell. Abral Keep is one of those places that is gifted with my power. I am sure the Silver Dragon would make for a good sibling if they are willing.
Well, at least he's gonna north of us.
My thought would be that it would stay under my control using the stone, as that seems to be how we protect the. Well, it seems to be how we break the connection to Damodar. So I'm not sure what that would do with your power intertwined, which is part of why I wanted to make the deal. So that way I can maintain control and call upon the Silver Dragon as I need.
The dragon's mind is powerful. I am not able to dominate or command a dragon's mind, but I can influence it at its birth, which is what I have done to Grugash, and what I have done this one. Point. In direction west. You can hear the fluttering of wings as they flap over the large, tormented walls of this keep. Remember, you're kind of in a courtyard of just surrounded by
Mhm.
black walls that are around just towering spires. A dragon begins to flutter and fly down, and it lands. It crashes down into the ground. I have yet to give them a name.
Motorola.
What Mind Viper would you see fit for the name of this dragon? I'm thinking of something that starts with a G, as a namesake to Grugash.
Let me just consult here.
Consult
Okay.
names of dragons.
Consult. Let us consult the
Let us
almighty Google.
consult the Google.
The almighty Google.
Yeah, Ganos? Yeah.
I like it actually.
Gan, you
Ganos.
shall be Gan.
My second favorite son, Ganos.
Second favorites.
You're not as good as your brother Thanos, but then who is?
I have no idea, dude.
Oh, baby. Come on, speak. I'm waiting.
I was gonna say I have no idea what they even like suggest. Dragon names are so weird.
Stares
They are
at you
weird.
with the 6 eye slots. I was thinking I would name it Gorgash.
That name actually crossed my mind. Maybe Gorgash, the Destroyer, seeing as how we're all going to destroy.
It has not
Damn it,
earned
dog.
its title yet. That
Oh.
will be claimed by the likes of your kind when its reign
Wait.
comes.
What was Grugash's title? I don't remember.
Wasn't it the Conqueror?
Grugash the Dying.
Gorgash the Dying.
Peter.
I swear it was the Conqueror. He gave it to us in the field because he was
Oh,
full
did-
of himself and
Did
pompous.
he? I don't remember that. That's been so long. I don't
What
have
do
a
you,
keen
what,
mind.
no one remembers what the title of Gorgash was?
I swear it was the Conqueror.
You bet your life on that?
No.
You don't
Like,
value.
Can I
in
make an
Orcimus domain.
intelligence check to remember
Sure, you
what?
can make an intelligence check, that's fine.
10.
Moderately keen mind.
It might or might not be. It's 50-50.
Might not be.
Damn it. Well, whatever title he earns, it will be fun to watch.
Then it will be done. Gorgash. How do you feel of this name? Dragon looks towards Orcivis as it pulls itself in coils, like a snake as it pulls and lowers itself down, the head draped onto the lap of Orcivis.
It's like his dog.
It feels fitting, Dad.
Dad. Why is that so funny?
You're the one with the step bro, Blue Dragon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're one to talk,
All
man.
the people.
You are one to talk.
All the fucking
He's
people.
like, bro, imagine a dragon
Bro,
calling
that's
him
a
dad."
dragon step, bro. Sensing a theme. You see as Orcivis grabs the cloud-like hands that blows and blows, just gives a nice little pet towards the head of the dragon. I am glad you like this name. It will serve you well. Did you know, Gorgash, that this one also knew your ancestor? Isn't that right, Mind Viper?
I did. Every side of him, unfortunately.
See the dragon pick its head up. Were they as powerful as I'm gonna be?
I can only hope you will be more powerful. Strong enough to not be controlled by the Master of Dragons.
I mean, I have the stones.
Do you know what my chosen has brought for me, Gorgash?
What, Dad?
They have brought me someone for you to play with. Another dragon. Silver. The name is Belzar. Isn't that right?
That is the name that we have heard.
I will accept your bargain. You are to break their bonds. Bring them to the marsh. The fog will conceal them. Hide them. Perhaps they can bond with Gorgash. And I can begin my influence over their mind.
It shall be done, if it can be done.
Did you say it's Gorgash?
Yeah, Gorgash.
Gorgash.
Yeah,
Instead of a U, it's an O.
Yeah, instead of Grugash is GRU, and this is GOR. So
Yeah.
it just keeps the gash, which is the namesake. Which is most if you looked at the dragon names, right? Berrythune,
The ending's all the
Eurithune.
same.
Yeah, keep the end of the name. You must always remember, Chosen, that the mind has limitless potential.
I am learning that more and more as I interact with the people that I have been able to influence with your power. People outside of the marsh are strange.
I
Some-
felt that you recently bonded with someone. The eye sockets flicker for a brief moment. 6 of them. They focus on you. Apprentice Malik Coglittle.
Yes, I needed their knowledge on the mechanical aspects of which I did not possess. I have seen them, but we have come across a foe by the name of the Tinkerer who has enemies.
That name. They are powerful. They also know how to turn someone to good. Turn someone to glorious purpose.
Yes, I have seen their power firsthand with their Blood Knight. That is actually why I needed the Tinkerer's help, is I wanted some of the toys the Tinkerer had bestowed upon them.
Use them at your disposal. You will need them.
I'm sure I will.
Chosen,
It's only going.
you would gain great favor with me if you were to bring me the mind of the Tinkerer. One does wonder what ticks in that brain.
You and I have like thoughts there. I was hoping to figure that out myself. And if I can find a way to do it without raising suspicion of the other chosen,
Your servants.
yes, they're helping me with the Damodar situation.
Of course. As they should. And before you go, be mindful. I have observed. Master Torvin is quite tired. Body can only do so much before it breaks.
Yes, once the cannons are complete and we have added safety against the dragons after what happened to Baldur. He has a nifty sum of money he can fall back on now.
Grabs the scythe, stands up. This dragon moves its head, needs to pull itself back. Steps down, lowers towards the head of the dragon, picks it up and gives a nice scratch at the nape of the neck. Go, Gorgash. Hunt. Practice your hunt. As they take the scythe, they touch it towards the head of the dragon, lowers its head in respect. The scythe glows with purple energy of the veins of the black blade, spills itself into the veins of the dragon with purple energy. As it becomes invigorated with its power. Take the scythe off. Gorgash takes flight, flies due west from Abral Keep, Fortress of Torment. Turns and looks towards you. Anything else, Chosen?
No, that is it. I have a task now for the Tinkerer, and I will hopefully bring the Silver Dragon here to lay.
Good. I eagerly wait. They sit down onto the chair, and then the legs dissolve, and the energy of the scythe just lays. And they sit there, eternal.
Thank you for your gifts, and at that point, I will break the connection.
Okay. Quick connection. Okay. Wow, that was a lot of stuff. Woo-wee! We went through a lot of stuff. Man, okay. How's everyone feel? Drew, you alright over there? I haven't heard from you, Drew.
Drew,
Is
forget
Drew
he's on
here?
mute. Has he been talking like this whole
I
time,
don't know,
probably?
man. It's in chat. Said in chat. Nothing. Okay. Well, it says he's idle, so he must have stepped away to do something.
Mm.
Okay. All right. Well, since we're kind of in a point to turn, we are going to go ahead and take a break. Make yourself a drink, and then we will get going back at the Windy Tower, or Windy Tower, right? Boss Cobb, the goblins.
Well, the
Road.
training ground,
After the
right?
training ground for Varys.
Oh shit! We should training out. We're still training right now.
Okay.
I want to see this animation because I bet you this has a sick animation.
Watch the MIDI be fucked up, and it actually doesn't work. All this hype and build up.
Let's get a familiar.
So what was Grugash's name? His
I
title, dude.
swear was the Conqueror.
I didn't write it down, unfortunately.
Because I thought that was the whole point in the corruption was that he was going to come here to help conquer this plane.
Yeah, I don't have the titles written down for any of the dragons.
What better than to be on this map, eh?
Thanos, how'd you get here?
I guess you're using it on me. I am the training dummy. Hi.
That would be so funny.
Oh, we're all hid.
Joke's on you. It's a Blood Knight. He's immune to whatever you're about to do.
Have at it. You just want to see what the template is, so.
Yeah, basically. So Varys would walk into the list and he's like, alright, everybody clear the area. You might want to get at least 50 feet away from me. And don't go in front of me. But clear out. And he'll his hands will light up in purple arcane energy, and he'll like tear a hole in reality that shoots out 100 feet and cast gravity fissure.
Okay.
Which
Awesome.
so I had
You'll-
a question then, if that's what the template looks like. In the description of the spell, it says you manifest a ravine of gravitational energy that's 100 feet long and 5 feet wide, but then targets within 10 feet of the line must make a save. So would that make it 10 feet from where this is?
Well, technically, it's the same damage, 10 feet of the line. So it's a 15-foot line.
So that's what I
Yeah.
was thinking. It would be
Well,
like
wouldn't
a
it be a
wide line.
25
20
because it'd
Yeah,
be,
it'd be
10 on
either
each side.
5 line, the 10, 10, 25.
25.
Oh, yeah.
It's a 25.
That's a big fucking line.
Yeah, that's what I thought in my head. That's why I wanted to test the targeter.
Let's get a line. Cool. Lightning. We'll get a lightning bolt. That's probably all I can do. There's not a lot of line templates. Ooh, we could put a target animation. Can we do a target animation? I'm gonna spruce this up a little bit here. Where is the stat? It is. All right, throw it again.
All right. Oh yeah, this thing's massive.
Damn.
Yeah. So that was what I thought it would look like, but I wasn't sure based off of the description of the spell. That's why I wanted to test it out.
Okay.
We're all gonna die to that thing.
Probably. He's going to throw that shit down a hallway one day, and it's just going to destroy the entire building.
We should get more animations. We need more animations here.
Okay.
Oh, hold on, let me see. Oh yeah, that's the money. All right, let's see how this looks then.
All right.
All right, hold on, don't put it down yet.
Okay.
I'll go ahead now. We had a little energy fail. Oh yeah, that's sick. Like stack animation on animation.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right,
God,
Very nice.
I could do work with that. Let's go.
I could do work. I could do work with this.
I can work with it.
All right.
God, that's gonna be fun to juggle not hitting y'all. That's massive.
We're gonna have another fireball incident.
No,
Probably.
no. I just won't cast it if it comes down to it.
All right. Well, we did that. Is that it for downtime? We got all the done.
Yeah,
Is it
we're
all
done.
done?
Yeah.
We're done?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, if you watched the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We did get to go through some role play, some cool stuff there. And then we get back. We are going to be on the road with Boss Cobb and the Goblins, aimed for the mighty river to go see the great Chief Ugar.
Ugar. Were we still talking or trying to find Nameless? The whole reason we came to Fate Haven in the first place?
That was not the reason why I came, but
Yeah. We can
With
definitely
Tegan?
we can definitely do that if you want.
Yeah, we'll do that when we get back. Okay.
Yeah, let's do that when we get back. Because I definitely forgot about that, but that was something you were doing with Tegan, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we were gonna go talk to Nameless.
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah.
You realize Nameless
I-
can't talk, right?
No, Nameless has a
can write now.
rudimentary understanding of writing with the mind of a toddler.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was in here. It was underneath all the downtime stuff I wrote. Sorry.
It's all good.
Okay. Yes. So we're gonna take a break, and then we will do the stuff with Nameless, and then we
We're never
will
making it to this river.
we will go to the mighty river. At some point, we'll go there. All right. We're gonna take a 10-minute break.
The
Come
goblins
back at
have left
about
us.
1:11 p.m. PDT. Thanks for sticking with us and participating. Appreciate everybody. So thanks so much, and we'll be back.
Bye, chat.
Bye.
don't know, you could also kill it. You could just kill it. Welcome
You
back.
could just kill him.
So we're gonna
Although
get started.
we don't do player versus player
We don't do
combat.
player versus player combat.
I am allowing the player versus player if it comes to it.
Oh
Okay.
shit!
All right. That's all I need to hear.
Calling
Gravity fissure.
Gravity fissure. Kill them all. Okay, so now I'm going to go through the recap of session 62, and this will probably lead into the actual stuff that we have going on. That's probably why I didn't do the recap and didn't remind myself either. So, we had session 62. We had Q&A. We had lore about Corvos and a few other things. We have new artwork for Tug, right? So Tug had some new stuff. And you guys were all like, "What's going on?" And Brennan Tylus gave the location of their hideout and said that you can go there for aid if you need to get maybe a way into Aluda, and that Aluda is fortified beyond measure. Right? It is essentially a city under siege in concept of how many soldiers and fortifications that they have. And not only that, but also the eyes and the followers of the Tinkerer are everywhere, is what the Brennan Tylus had said. So you'll need to have a military pass from Clan Gilgal to actually enter even into the ramparts, which are kind of entrenched positions, elevating yourselves into the plateau of the first level, first ring that kind of comes around the city before you can even go into it and do anything, right? You need that military pass. We observed a red dragon flying overhead, flying north over Ismar, headed for where? Question mark. And of course, that was 4 days ago. And then we have a couple things here, finishing with Fate Haven. We had Cropmaster Marcus. That kind of finished it off with Erwin. And so we're going to go ahead and take off, finish our downtime, I suppose, here, the 4 days with some role play, and that'll be at Fate Haven with Tegan and Lucar, with Captain Morgan, who is leading, and off to find Nameless, who is currently not. You went into Fate Haven. You went to the actual office, right? The field house that they have established, and essentially this golden hand hideout, if you will, and you're going with Captain Morgan in the direction of the ship, right? Because that's where Nameless is currently at. But Nameless is floating around, so you're kind of checking the ship, and then you may be checking over by Bluegrass Company if Nameless is helping out with over there, or maybe Nameless is elsewhere in the city, right? That kind of thing. So you're trying to find Nameless, and upon finding Nameless, you actually don't find them on the ship per se, but you have them standing at the end of a dock. And one of the docks adjacent to the wharf on the southeast side, which is further away than the ship that's normally stored, be kind of lighter, smaller craft like canoes and fishing folk that are here. They're running their ships and doing their kind of day-to-day. So I'm going to go ahead and get our... Oh, well, there's Marcus. What a beautiful man. Let's get this. So beautiful. Marcus Cropmaster.
Fucking Marcus.
Fucking Marcus.
Was Varys still coming with me?
I
Lucar?
think it was Lucar.
I won't. Okay, I didn't know who was coming because I know we talked about other people coming, but I didn't know who was coming.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody wishes to join, it's at Fate Haven right now. So that cannot, basically anybody but Thanos.
Uh-huh.
No takers? All right. Let me get some sounds here. As the Captain Morgan had said, Nameless has been rather distant lately. So they've gotten them to write down things and that is as much as they've had been able to kind of get them to do. But they've been more or less distant, so maybe more of the same is what Captain Morgan had kind of directed. The fact that Nameless is just standing here at the end of the dock, a few crab pots and other fish baskets laying nearby, and sailors walking to and fro. There's small, kind of the fishing folk, right? The sailors and small vessels here. Nameless is just staring into the direction of the marshes of Unveiling, the fog that billows and rolls, essentially where the river delta in position of view. They stand there, the same hood, the same robe that they've worn, tattered and ragged, and they're just currently standing and staring. Captain Morgan approaches. Ah, Nameless. What are you looking at? Oh, don't tell me, because I know you won't. Well, I bring to you the Lucar and the Tegan, huh? You remember them? Nameless continues to stare. As you can tell, Nameless has been, well, out of it. It's just more of the same. Nameless, we have some questions for you. I'll let them do the asking. Here. Reaches into the pocket, pulls a piece of parchment out, an ink pen. Pulls a crate nearby, slams it down. And it grabs Nameless's shoulders and turns around and hands them the piece of paper and the ink pen. Sees Nameless grabs it, holds both, and just stares directly at both you, Tegan, and Lucar. Captain Morgan on the side.
Nameless, it's good to see you again. Are you okay? You seem quite distracted at the moment. Is there something about the marshes that's bothering you?
Stares at you, doesn't answer, doesn't write anything down.
Okay. Nameless, we had some questions for you. We've recently come into a better understanding of our current situation. And we came to an understanding when we first met that we have similar, the nature of our abilities is similar. And I wanted to ask you basically what your connection is to these powers and your connection to the old one. I don't know if we spoke in detail when we first met about that, but
Yes, we have want to know, Nameless, what is your connection is. It's like, right? Just looks at the paper, looks at the pen. Leans down and places them onto the crate and begins to write. And as they do, it is the writing of a young child. It's fresh, learned to write, scribbling large letters in an entire piece of parchment. First letter is S. Second letter is E. Third letter is E. And the fourth letter is D. They pick up the parchment. And they look towards you. They hold the parchment.
At this point, I would pull the seed that I have in my pack out, hold it out in my hand.
They look towards it and tilt the head.
I just nod.
So from I might be wrong here, but out of character in my understanding, the seeds are just fragments of the old one's power that lets him influence the material plane, correct? When they're planted.
You could say that. Yeah, it's a good way to summarize it.
I think I'd say to Nameless, are you saying that you were a seed at one point, or are a seed?
Takes the piece of parchment, places it on the crate, and flips it over. Begins to write. The first is Y. The second is E. And the third is S. They pick up the parchment and they hold it towards you. As soon as they do that, you hear an oh so familiar croak.
Fucking kill that thing.
I mean, I look around. Do I see the frog?
Roll perception.
He's everywhere.
Oh, maybe that's what Nameless was looking at.
29. You're looking and you can see just off of the dock in the direction that Nameless was staring the two beady eyes of the same frog that you encountered. But now the eyes are 3 times as large and they're far more spaced. It's difficult to tell how truly massive the frog is under the water.
Oh my god. I think Tegan would turn around, see that, and go, "Oh my fuck! What the? Okay. Ooh.
What is wrong? Are you okay?
Yeah. Just saw a ghost. Okay. I think
Pull your
he's kind
pants
of
up, bro.
he's gonna keep his eyes like the corner of his eye on the frog, and kind of like shift his body so like he's kind of almost halfway parallel to Nameless and continue the conversation. Okay. Um. Uh. Does he still does he speak to you in any way, or do they, or I don't know. Does the old one speak to you in any way, or giving you a purpose at all?
They stare and they look towards you. They walk towards you for a moment. The parchment, the left, the ink pen, the left as well now, and they just take a finger and they touch towards your chest.
So your purpose was to assist us?
They look towards you and tilt the head. They look towards Captain Morgan. They walk over. They hold their hand out. Yeah. Davis does this sometimes. Pulls another piece of parchment out. Because the 2 sides of the parchment already are filled with the letters. Takes the parchment, puts it onto the crate, and begins to write the letters F I N D. Points it towards you.
Find us.
Well, yes, Davis, I did find you on the Isle of the Blessed. It's true. That is what we already know, right?
Um. After you found what you were looking for, what were you supposed to do next?
Turns and points to the frog, who is now submerged and gone.
Make sure that we planted our seeds?
Turns, flips. Writes Y E S. What's it up to you?
One last question, Nameless. and thank you again for your time. Were you directly placed here by the old one, or were you planted by something or someone, like the other seeds as well?
Looks towards Captain Morgan. Ah, another piece of work. Yes. There you are. Grabs it, puts it down in the crate. Writes the letters D A M O D A R. And holds it to you.
Oh. Okay.
Captain Morgan looks towards it, raises an eyebrow. The Golden Hand welcomes anyone with open arms.
Oh no, I have no question of Nameless's intentions.
No,
I
I
just-
was merely telling Nameless in case you have emotion in there. We don't discriminate. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Nameless. This has been very eye-opening. If you're interested, Nameless, in furthering your education on writing and language in general, I could ask Bruga to tutor you in some regard and expand your mind a little bit, if you're willing to. If that's something you're interested in, I would never force you to do anything, of course.
Turns the head, begins to walk towards you. Pulls out its 3 fingers with the thumb. Begins to pull them towards your head as if to grab it like this.
And I don't resist.
So you don't resist. In mere seconds, your mind is flooded with memories, Nameless's existence. Many of them figments. As a child would oversee them and look. Your first appearance of conscious thought is a chamber filled with many different pieces of constructs that were formed into what Nameless appears like. But they are incomplete prototypes. It's directly in front of them is Damodar. And pulls themselves back in a very similar dressed way that you have observed them prior. Slicked back hair. They take a deep breath. They let a slight little shake. They look towards what Nameless chained with multiple different sorts of hoists. It's just their upper torso. The last bit of memory is them leaning down and seeing they have no legs or no other parts underneath their torso. The next memory is them attacking and killing within the corridors of the Wizard's Keep. Mages, red knights turn Knights of Bure, and others that defend the keep. Using purple and pink lightning, Nameless vaporizes them into energy. Picks them up with one arm, tosses them dozens of feet across the corridor, smashing them into the walls. Or they reach an outer segment of wall. They take a smash directly into it, exploding part of the tower of a Wizard's Keep. Outwards, revealing air. Then they simply jump out of the tower, hundreds and hundreds of feet up. The next memory is them in a rickety old boat sailing across water to a barren and desolate land, scorched, turned, ravaged. Sky filled with black smog and an eruption of cackling as static builds into that smog from the volcano and the island they just came from behind them. They release the fingers. They stare at you.
I think there's an initial look of shock on Tegan's face, but then understands that he was just shared something that, even though he doesn't know how much emotion Nameless can feel, would be deeply traumatizing to any other person. He'll just say, "I'm so sorry. That's a lot to have to live with. Thank you for sharing that." Um,
Nameless turns around, walks to the end of the dock, and stares back out to the water. Captain Morgan approaches. Well, it seems you were given the one-of-a-kind treatment, eh?
did they also share this with you?
No. Nameless does not talk. Nameless does not speak. But we at the Golden Hand do not care. As long as they work. And Nameless gets the job done.
Well, Captain Morgan, thank you for bringing me to them. The information I received helps a lot.
You are welcome. It is a small payment and a gesture, perhaps, for the brandy best served. What I can tell you is I can press on this matter more, if you wish, but see if they know more about the Damodar. But Nameless is a tough egg to crack. I have spent many, many years.
Nameless has been through a lot. I very much appreciate the offer, but until otherwise told, I would just let them be.
All right.
If something's up to where we need to have further questions, we'll be back.
Then it is done. Where are you all headed to next?
Back to the Windy Tower to meet some goblins.
Ah, well, perhaps you could stay a little while. Huh? I know of a place in Fadehaven. It's just opened up. You will like it.
Oh yeah, what would that be?
It's called the Black Velvet.
Oh,
It is a spicy place.
a gentleman's club.
There is, let me tell you, there is no gentleman.
Well, there will be if you walked in there.
Yep, this is my treat. I'll pay for it.
Taking a look down at his wrist. There's no watch there. And he'll go, I'll have to get a rain check, Captain.
Well, have it your way. But I know where I'm headed. Begins to walk.
Lucar might want to join you.
Looks towards you, Lucar. Are you here?
Yeah, I'll just look at Captain Morgan and say I have other engagements in town and wink.
Oh, all right then.
If I ever finish that fucking story I was working on, he'll know exactly what I'm talking
Begins
All
to
right. Well,
pull.
good.
Yeah. What they do begins to walk past you, aimed to look towards their ship and yell at it. Call some of the crew. Head over to the Black Belt, leaving you both on the dock.
As we're walking, I, in excruciating detail, kind of low key freaking out because this gives me more questions than answers, but also gives us more pieces of the puzzle. Explain to Lucar what the fuck I just saw. So they were the seed of Damodar, but Damodar, I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't know if they're one of a kind, or there was like a workshop with parts. I don't know if Damodar like reverse engineered and like the old one came up with Nameless, or it was like a whole thing. And then Nameless, I don't know their degree of emotional range, but like that's horrible to be controlled and forced to kill people. Like it's and they're just like staring off 1,000 yard stare over the ocean. Like it's horrible to be created as something as a tool and then to be given what I assume is some sort of free will and understanding of what their existence. It's got I just wow.
I'm not surprised that the list of crimes Damodar has to answer for is growing.
Um I'll immediately go find the others as well, like for a brief little meeting in town that's here. I think everyone else is here, right?
The only person's not here is Thanos. So everyone's too.
Yeah, which we'll just rendezvous with him after, but I'll kind of rally everybody up for a brief meeting
Okay.
at some point at downtime and kind of express that.
You want to role play it?
I mean, sure.
Okay.
Okay, I know, Varys, you got some shit going on with the crafting and everything. Nameless gave information that I was not expecting, but doesn't really gives us answers, but gives us more questions, but also in a good way. Um, Nameless is connected to the old one because they are a seed. They are Damodar's seed. And Damodar used them to attack the wizard's tower and gave them I don't it's it the line between what was the will of the old one and what was the will of Damodar and who when it's it's hard to explain. But
Yeah, what I wonder, because you have no control over your seed, correct?
and as far as I know, no. I mean, I tried to form a connection through the influence of the old
Have you
one.
have you tried to form a connection through the stone?
I think that's what I did is when the seed got planted, I tried to like break through with the stone and the old one's influence was like too direct. Like I got some feeling, I think it was like some feeling through Tresgol, but it wasn't a response in any way.
Yeah, wasn't it like orders?
Yeah, I could like feel the old ones influence him.
So what makes all right, excuse me. I'm going to rant for a little bit just to get all my questions out loud. So you don't have to respond to these, but what makes Damodar so special that he can control all these dragons, control the seed he's planted with the old one? What is he doing? What powers does he have that he's able to control reality this much?
I don't know.
I mean, this is probably a big swing, but is there any kind of like Arcana check I can see to like know what magic could control, like a divinity or like some kind of like something that's controlled by divinity, if that makes sense?
Oh, to dictate prophecy?
Yeah.
You make an Arcana check. Out of character, Tegan, just to reiterate some of the memories I know that you're trying to piece those together. What's important to understand is that in the second imagery that you had seen and observed, it was people like mages and other things that had already occupied and taken the Wizard's Keep. So be mindful that you don't know obviously which sides they were, but they definitely were not mages that like had been they're not mages that have been living in the Wizard's Keep studying that sort of thing. It's not like we're back at Charles Xavier's mansion, right? That sort of thing.
From your description, I got the impression that you were imparting that Nameless rebelled.
Yeah.
And
so
escaped.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm trying to make sure, and I think
Yeah.
I saw you going down the road, and I was like, I don't think you quite heard what I said, and so I want to make sure that you understand. It's turn Knights of Beer. Turn Knights of Beer. So they're called Red Knights, is what they're called in terms of the Arma Draconis. And the mages were not just like, I'm a little student in the Wizard's Keep. They were like powerful mages that were using high level magic. And
I completely understood that.
Okay. So just kind of going forward, and then the Arcana check of a 24 to dictate prophecy would mean that you could travel into the past, present, and future of time. So you have to be able to set things in motion and then predict them, right, that they're going to happen in that way.
And so I have another question. Could that be the powers that old Magello who interacted with us was using?
Could be possible.
Do I get a feeling that might be it, or I'm like kind of just shooting at?
I think you're shooting. I think you're pulling straws. Yeah.
I mean, we never followed up on Magello, right? Like that was.
No, we were never able to visit him before Baldur got destroyed.
Fuck,
well, we don't even know if they're the same Magello is the thing. The old one and the one.
That's
Magello,
what I'm saying.
We never got. City was described as young.
Right, but we never got to visit him. We never, went to see him before Baldur got destroyed.
But he was the king's magister, right?
Yes.
So you'd think if the king somehow escaped, that Magello might even be with him.
I mean, that's a big assumption. You could also assume that the king escaped because of Magello sacrificing himself. We have no evidence to prove that Magello's alive at all.
It's true.
Or not. We don't have either way.
There's just so much going on right now, and there's so many pieces to this puzzle. But my other thing was the nature of our seeds. My seed was a fulfillment to control Trezgal. I believe it was Thanos' seed that was the frog, which, by the way, I saw the frog. It's fucking huge now. I don't know what it's eating. What is going on? That fucker is massive.
It's just consuming energy.
What is it doing here?
I think it's going to eat the world. That's a joke. Sorry, bad joke. But
what is it doing here?
I don't know.
Nameless saw it. I turned, saw it, shit my pants a little, and then it disappeared.
I mean, what I would imagine what it's doing is feeding off of the power of anything in that swamp.
Destroying an ecosystem.
Well, to be fair, the
Yeah,
ecosystem
yeah.
is already pretty fucked.
Well,
that's,
it's probably worse.
magical gloom for it.
Eventually, I think it's going to become Orsavis's problem, because if that seed keeps devouring things in his domain, it could become a problem. But what you're saying is really interesting, because it seems like, and I understand time well, but I didn't understand the limits of what people could do with time, and I think I'm understanding it more and more. It seems like Damodar understands what's going to happen in the future and is making certain things happen or not doing certain things so that that future is guaranteed. Like, I think about it, right? If we are the biggest threat to stopping whatever plan he has, the smartest thing to do would have been to kill us all when we saw him, when I summoned him in that forest. But he didn't take the chance to do that. He didn't even kill me and Tegan when we were completely defenseless, and he had hundreds of mages in the area.
Yeah, him knowing what's happened next hasn't been a secret. He's been very pompous about it, that he needs us to complete something, needs us to do something that he knows needs to happen.
But what I'm confused about is that by letting us gain power and strength, isn't he letting us become a threat to his rule or whatever he's doing? I mean, think about how strong each of us are now versus 3 months ago. I mean, we're growing in powers at an exponential rate.
But the thing is that think about the nature of our existence that we learned. We're meant to restore balance. So as we are getting stronger, Damodar is also getting stronger. Just by the situation.
That doesn't quite make sense, because it wasn't balanced to start. We weren't his equal at the beginning.
I know, but until we get to a point,
if we're returning balance, then every step we're taking is balancing something. Like, I think your theory only works is if it was balanced at the start, and then we got stronger, and then he got stronger to balance that. But all we've done is take pieces of his, say this is Dragon Chess. All we've done is taken his pieces off the board while growing stronger. At what point, does it balance out? And is it a guarantee that we are here to balance him? That's not a guarantee. That's just what we believe.
we have no way of knowing without knowing what his intentions are and what his goal is.
Right. I have no interest in seeing him again, though, because I feel like we still have a little bit of ways to go before we can handle whatever he's doing. I mean, he still has 3 massive dragons under his control. that we know of that killed Balder, and then you know, also whatever magic he used in that cave. I don't know. It's all a lot. You know, I saw him manipulate people too. I mean, he came off as wanting to be our friends. That we had gotten the raw end of the deal, and that by him offering assistance to us, would make our lives easier.
It would make our lives easier if he'd be more forthcoming with his plans.
Although, why would he want to share his plans with us? Where does that benefit him?
Apparently, we are a part of them.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, we didn't get the answers we wanted, but we definitely got more pieces to the puzzle, so.
Yeah, good job. Good work. I would
Well,
imagine that would mean if I tried to detect Nameless's thoughts, that there would be a lot going on under the surface, right?
I'm
Also, your head might explode.
not gonna lie to you, I want to leave them alone as much as we can. They've gone through enough anguish and torment for anyone's lifetime. I mean, being controlled and then understanding their existence. I don't envy them in any way. Unless we have a direct connection to them. Once again, with our investigations, I'd just rather them be able to stare over the ocean if that's what they want.
So, what you saw was Nameless was involved in the killing of mages for Damodar or against Damodar? I want to be clear.
I saw them attacking Damodar's mages as well as the knights.
To escape, right. So, does that mean at one point they were working with him, and then that was when they escaped?
When they showed me I believe it was the first memory, they were almost, it was like a puppeteer working on their puppet. They were hanging from the wall in a workshop as if Damodar was making improvements or modifying them. So I'm assuming that means that Damodar made some sort of, captured them, did something to weaken the old one's influence on them so they could influence them. But then Nameless broke away from Damodar's influence and now has given them some sort of semblance of free will.
Right. Well, I don't know if there's any more to glean unless y'all have ideas of something. I think we're done here. We should probably get back to Thanos. He's been on his own for 4 days, and that's never a good thing.
Wait, did we leave Thanos?
Yeah, he stayed behind. He didn't want to come.
Terrible idea.
Exactly. I will go get Brugha. Meet me at the tower, and we can head back to the Windy Tower.
Oh, this is the end of the downtime?
Unless you had something else.
It could have been it could have been the beginning of the downtime, the end of the downtime. Really, roleplay wise, it's kind of fluid in terms of where things are at.
All right.
Yeah, I figured that was
I guess the time's not important.
we were meeting back up and then heading off. That was kind of what my brain put together.
I
It
think
was all right, guys,
that's fair.
let's meet back up and then head out.
Just in character, from a character perspective, Tegan wouldn't have been able to hold on to that for 4 days.
Okay. Well, then, yeah, it doesn't have to work like that.
You would have been like, I need to tell people what happened now, because either A, I'm going to go crazy, or 2, I'm going to forget.
Yeah, you
Right.
don't have the
After
steel
drowning your
trap like
sorrows.
me.
30 days worth of steel trap.
30 days worth of steel trap. Okay.
Back to Thanos. Oh,
You guys don't have to.
No, we have to.
Oh,
I mean,
Already
we
told
do.
me
We
he was
literally have to go back at some
Oh.
point.
Okay. So as we finalize, there is something that is going to happen. My notes of keep track of stuff for a time that will happen here. For you, Maldor, in particular, we can have a moment for. The experimentation of Brugga has yielded success. As you set off place, what was inside, housed in the seed, now has been placed into a body. So upon your departure, Brugga is going to tell you that it will take some time for the body to grow. And that the spirit is that of a celestial. And the appearance that would dictate from themselves will be in the same appearance that they represented to you and to those elsewhere. For celestial is just a spirit, and the body is what they push and present outwards from them, and that's inhabited on the prime material. So Brugga is going to tell you it will only be a matter of days at this point. Then Linnea will be breathing and walking on this plane of existence. They will be a child in a way. They won't have their powers. They'll still have fortitude and strength as their celestial spirit kind of dictates, but they will be kind of void of certain things that they would be capable of an extent in the Helm's domain, and they will have to relearn those in some time. Brugga cannot take you to this place that the body is housed, but they can paint imagery for you that is within their tower that floats, a pocket dimension of their own creation, and that it is secure and safe from harm, which is what the intention was to begin with. Okay?
Good. There's one less leash on us.
Brugga will agree with you. Then from there, we'll set off back to the Windy Tower. The rest of our party. We group ourselves together.
By one person.
Yeah. Tug's here.
Hey, Tug.
Damn, he got a glow up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you missed Tug, man. Tug's got
Yeah.
the glow, bro. He's feeling good. He's feeling confident. So as we are setting ourselves at the tower, Thanos, you're quick probably to hide your dealings, right? To not make sure your party doesn't know particularly what we were up to. So maybe a neutral location upon arriving back, especially because you're trying to go with Boss Cobb, and that is underneath the tavern. So we'll probably say we're at the Windy Ale House. And outside of the Windy Ale House, there is wagons. There are small animals, livestock that have been kind of taken, bought by the goblins. and other goblinoids that are here, such as like bugbears and orcs. So it's not just goblins. A variety here of goblinoids. And they're all grouped together. They're forming little knapsacks, maybe folding up their bedrolls, packing up their backpacks. They are getting ready, right? They are getting ready to leave. And so that is outside of the alehouse, right? Is dozens upon dozens upon dozens of actual goblinoids that are getting ready. Now, inside of the alehouse, there's more of the same, but they're primarily outside because they're packing those wagons. They're putting saddlebags on the livestock. They're putting them in. A couple of them might have horses, right? They're getting ready for the journey. And Boss Cobb is out there currently assisting and going through a number of them. To be like, no, you can't take that. What are you doing? Like, just kind of going through and smacking the hands of the little children that they can't take that with their journey because it's nonsensical, right? Like, where you're going, there'll be plenty for you. So don't take this, don't take that, right? And it's like, it's almost like a mom that has like 24 kids, right? And it's just up to there, right, with it all. And so you all probably would meet Thanos inside at a table. Currently has drinks, maybe some food. In terms of time, I think I advanced it already. The 4 days. Let's see. Notes. Just to be safe. Yeah, I already advanced the 4 days. So we'll get us to the noon. And you're sitting down at the table. You're leaving the chaos on the outside, waiting for the call that the caravan is departing. The tavern is filled with a few patrons. Not many people here in the lunch hour. The servers are making way around, and one server, the dwarf that you have encountered prior, is mucking about as well. So everything seems to be normal after the course of the 4 days. Nothing has particularly changed. As we know, we left the temple in a little bit of a state, right? So, maybe you're expecting when you come back, those creatures are going to pour themselves out of the temple and begin to eat all of these villagers. That's not the case. Just kidding. So something you might be able to relay, Thanos, that when you went in to investigate and find the canisters of the temple, that there were no more Thrall-Goth that were there. So the temple seemed to be vacant in a way.
Yeah,
Now
I would
you're
let
all
the party know that.
Okay, so now you're all together. Thanos, you'd be sitting with Tug, just drinking. Tug is talking about how he's spoken with Boss Cobb and that the journey will take some time and it will be on foot, or if you have your own animals, you can ride them. Obviously, you have some that are capable of more advanced movement than yourselves, ease of travel, but you will be going off road, so which is primarily what Boss Cobb is doing, kind of telling them not to take certain things because you're not going to be on like a cobbled dirt road. You're going to be at the foothills, kind of hiking. So, that's part of it. You all sit down. You're all together.
How was Fate Haven? Everything still standing?
Oh, it's nice. I wish we could be there more often, honestly.
Tattooed all the gods. Well, most of them.
Okay.
I also think I scared the shit out of the horse handlers in the list. I went there to practice a new spell because I wasn't quite sure what it was going to do and its practical application.
You
And I
practiced on the
opened up
horses.
no. I didn't attack anything with it. I set up a couple dummies wearing suits of armor, but it opened up a massive gravity fissure in the ground, and it was 100 feet long. So, yeah, I don't know if they like me anymore or not. I think I ruined their sand. Pulled all the sand in a big pile in the middle of the field.
They can put it back.
That spell doesn't sound safe.
No, absolutely not. So don't stand in front of me.
We are quite literally always in front of you.
I know, I'm joking. But I will have to maneuver around if I'm going to use it. But it should be fine. It's also not something I can do very often. It takes a lot of energy.
I'll go ahead and relay the conversation with Nameless just to keep him into the loop.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the thing. Which doesn't really answer questions, but gives us more questions, which is still okay, I guess.
That
What
is
I
sad.
supposed to do?
Even Tug is named Tug.
I know, Tug. I know.
This one is possessed of a rare insight.
You know what? I just thought, well, actually, that wouldn't work. I had a thought for a second that maybe I could legend lore on Damodar, but he's immune to divination like
Yes,
us.
I know.
So I don't know. Maybe it would
Perhaps his
tell
belt,
me about people who have interacted with him.
legend lore, his belt buckle.
Ah, yes, because we know he wears massive milk buckles.
I mean,
Everything's bigger
well,
in Texas.
belt buckles.
But yeah, I don't think it would work. It's also not a spell that, with the components it requires, I just want to play around with and cast it for no reason.
How was your adventure, Thanos? Your little R&R here in the Windy Town?
Thanos is gonna like pull back the robe on his arms and just hold up his hands with the gauntlets on them.
Oh, that's something.
I was experimenting.
You did that all on your own.
Are you suggesting that you've blown your arms off and those are replacements?
No, this time I was successful in not blowing up the body. I disarmed the body before I took off the gauntlet this time.
Well, that's
Right.
handy.
Did
So-
you tell me you were able to do that all on your own?
Yes, it was simple sleight of hand. I didn't need any assistance to take
Mhm.
off the gauntlets. I
Yeah,
did,
but to-
however, have
But
to
to
go.
fit them to your arms and stuff. That's what I meant.
I mean, they were rather humanoid in shape.
Yeah, but are you able to use them?
I mean, I haven't tried. I had to go down. I just went down to go look for some canisters yesterday because I couldn't get any off the bodies. So,
Well, if we wanted to need Blood Knights, you can flick them off using their own gauntlets.
or paralyze them with their own canisters.
Yeah, that would be fan-fucking-tastic.
It's actually more useful.
Let's talk about Thanos' new drip.
Oh yeah, I also had some armor made. Luca, I appreciate you picking up this amulet.
Oh, as a mine
Perhaps
for
now-
mine. Thank you.
Perhaps now you will not die so much.
Let's not be hasty.
I have only died twice.
There are only so many revivifies.
Speaking of, since we're about to go raid a city, did you guys pick up more diamonds?
Oh no!
Well, so add a character. I don't know how much Erwin has.
Like we're down to 2,
I
right?
used both of mine,
Oh,
so I have
Oh.
none. But I don't know that Erwin has used any.
yeah. I think he bought what 3, right?
Presumably, we would restock while we were in Fate Haven. We just don't know how many that is.
Yeah, because if he has 3, we don't need to buy more.
No.
But I don't know how much he has.
Unless somebody took Raised Dead and we need bigger diamonds for Raised Dead.
Yeah, that's $500 gold pieces worth of diamonds.
$500.
Isn't it?
I don't
I
got
thought it
that
was
shit.
1,000.
Raised Dead's 500. Unfortunately, can't check Erwin's sheet, and he's not here to tell us.
But it does seem that our deal with Corvos was maintained. There are no Ulfarim in the temple. It's pretty much empty.
Have you seen the? Is it the Thothgar? The
Well,
hunters?
I don't like them, so I kept my distance.
I'm just asking, have they been around?
If they have, I've avoided them. I didn't see them.
So what did you do? You just crafted the whole time we were gone?
Oh yeah, I also made all these potions, and he's gonna whip out like potions of fatigue.
Oh. Oh yeah, I crafted some of these, and I'll pull out potions of energies. But
And I did not craft, but I pull out a very nice, expensive bottle of rum.
Are we
Oh.
drinking that?
That's
yeah,
totally
are we
expensive.
drinking that?
Just don't let the goblins see it.
No, we're just all showing our bottles. I thought,
Oh right, a bottle off. What time did the goblins plan to leave?
Not entirely sure goblins know time.
I think whenever they're ready.
Probably go find them.
They're all around.
Oh, I think I told you this, Thanos, but yes, I did tell you that I'd set up escape plans into the swamps, right, in case Damodar attacks Fatehaven.
Ah, yes. On that note, protection swamp. So, as you guys are well aware, our plan is to not kill the silver dragon. That is
Yes,
ideal.
if we can help it, yes.
Yes. I have possible plan to deal with the broken mind, but I'll get to that when I can try it. The after effects is what I was worried about of where the dragon was going to stay and where it would be safest from Damodar. We don't exactly have a lot of powerful mage friends outside of Bruga. Bruga has stated she doesn't want to be involved in the conflict directly. So, I have spoken with Orsavis, and we are allowed to put the dragon in the marsh, and he will not mess with it.
And what does he get out of it?
Gorgash will have another dragon to talk to.
Excuse me? Who's Gorgash?
Oh yeah. So time in the Shadowfell works very, very differently. Apparently, very, very differently. Such so that I didn't understand how it was so big. The egg has hatched, and the dragon is
Congratulations on your new baby brother.
rather large.
Large baby brother.
The dragon is in the marshes.
It was still in the Shadowfell hunting when I was there, but presumably they open the gate if it needs to eat.
So did we do anything as far as helping the people in with the marshes? It feels like we just said it. We reset everything.
I mean, the undead are keeping to themselves at the Citadel, so there's no threat of undead attacking the lizard folk or the Salinar. The forces that were under Lady Trillia's control are now aiding us. They're the ones that are looking for the king for us. So, presumably, they're all left to their own accord doing whatever the hell they want to do in the marshes.
Do you or Orsavis have a plan for keeping the dragon or dragons from being under Damodar's control again?
Well, Osivus is the Mind Viper, so I'm hoping that with the shielding of the time differential and everything that goes on there, that will work in our favor. I'm not saying it's going to.
Gash?
As long as Grugash was in the marshes, Orsavis was able to maintain that it was anytime Damodar came and personally fetched him.
Also,
But once we break that connection, we should be able to keep that severed with the stones.
Don't the
how does it
stones?
work when it's already the stone is already in my possession?
That I have no idea. I didn't ask.
I don't know. It just worries me a little bit that you still work with him.
You just said you wanted to send your escape plan into the marshes. What? If we
I'm-
didn't work with him, the undead would be roaming and your escape plan would not work.
That's not what I mean.
Guys, I'm sure it's fine. I mean,
We've given Orsivus a dragon. The old one has a dragon. Now we're considering giving Orsivus another dragon. I believe we're starting to exchange one problem for another.
But ultimately we have the stones. It's more he is going to protect it in the meantime. Unless you would rather us put it in Fate Haven. I'm okay with that as well. But I don't know how the citizens
I'm
of
just-
Fate Haven would feel.
I'm just wondering if you can put it. And the marshes isn't a bad idea to keep it there. I'm just wondering, can you put it there, and then he promised you that he was going to do nothing with it.
He promised he would protect its mind.
But what does that? What does
I
that
would like to-
mean?
I'd like to reiterate that Grugash was quite mad.
Yes, again, that was because he had two masters at the same time.
But
This
won't
will
you
have-
be his master as well?
I do not intend to use the stone in such a way if I do not have to.
I don't know.
Ultimately,
just-
we are talking about freeing the creature from the control of another. It seems as though if we are to restore its free will, it should have a choice as to where it goes.
That is fair.
Is
To be
it-
fair, Orsivus also said as long as the dragon chooses, because there's no way to force a full-grown dragon to do anything, even with Orsivus's power. He actually stated that he cannot control a dragon. His power is not that vast, so he is not on the level of Damon. If that is what you were concerned about.
Oh my fucking god! That is crazy. That a minor deity is not as powerful as the thing we are up against.
Deities are overrated.
That
Yes, but they do live for fucking ever. So
So do we now, though.
Many things live forever.
yes, we are part deity. We have divine nature in us now.
Yes, but presumably the other chosen ones had something similar, and they did not live forever. We will live forever because of our deal with the old one.
Supposedly. Presumably, if we continue to honor it.
Speaking of,
So you telling me if I don't follow my deal with the old one, I can die of old age?
if you do not follow your deal with the old one, he said he was going to kill you
You
himself.
die
You'll-
instantly.
yeah.
Man, I should not have taken that deal. I don't want to live forever.
To be fair, you were stuck with Orsivus before that.
Yeah, I mean it was a terrible two options.
I mean, Orsivus is just looking to preserve knowledge in a way. He goes about it the wrong way. I can concede that.
How much knowledge is being preserved in the swamp?
Yeah, he and I haven't had that conversation yet. It
I
is
also-
on the docket.
I also question why you want to serve him. I mean, wasn't the whole reason you left the swamps in the first place was to get revenge?
That was a means to an end for us to get rid of Grugash. His wife.
Is that
Pledge
why you
my
left
fealty.
originally?
Oh no!
The-
Originally, I left because my mind had been freed, and I didn't know what was truth. I just had a calling to go find.
No, I get the means to an end, but it, you know, I didn't really properly think this out, so I'm thinking it out loud right now. At what point can you or will you say no to something he requests?
I can say no at any time. That's what's part of our bargain is that I maintain my free will.
How do you know, though?
How do I know?
Someone who
Because
lacks the possession of their own free will know that they have no free will.
that is also fair. But
You
who's
used to
to say
believe
that I?
everything you saw was something else.
That's also fair. But who's to
And
say that I
also,
ever had it in the first place? And I'm not really
also
working.
you put on his crown to seal it. I mean, how do you know he's not controlling you through that crown?
I'm pretty sure he would talk to me more if that was the case.
Mm. Okay. I mean, I'm done interrogating you for now, but I am curious as to why you want to work for him.
I don't necessarily. That's why and he doesn't necessarily need or want me. It's more of a bargain for a bargain. I needed somewhere for the dragon to go and be safe. And in return, Gorgash gets somebody to play with and learn from that has more years of experience.
God, I want to insight check that. Yeah, I'm gonna insight check that and see if you're telling me the truth.
Okay, got an inside check coming in. Thanos, are you deceiving?
No, I mean, that was, in a way, that was the bargain.
Okay. I think, based on your insight, you'd be able to read that Thanos is being as truthful as they can possibly be.
I think, once Varys does that, he relaxes a lot because he was like, I feel like this guy's double agenting us right now. And then he sits there and he's like, well, there's nothing we could really do about it right now because we don't currently have the dragon freed. We can talk about it again once we do that and see what the dragon wants.
Yes.
Guys, well, Varys, I very much appreciate your caution, and your voice of reason has got us out of a lot of sticky situations. But at the end of the day, I would like to speak up and say Thanos has done nothing but help this party and sacrificed his life to make sure that we could gain our goals. And if he trusts the fact that he can ably use this pact that he has with Orsiphus, then I trust him with my life. I'm not questioning your trust in him. I'm just saying that this is something that we can trust him to do.
Yeah, I mean, I have to ask, even though I feel like you're doing the right thing, and I want to believe you. I have to ask.
I am aware of the skepticism, and I would also be skeptical. Learning what I have of humanity, since we took the 3 months to explore and do things on our own, I have learned a great deal. So I understand your skepticism.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not a indication of hate or it's just trying to figure out what you're about.
Ultimately, to kill Damodar, as all of our goals at the current.
Damodar practically annihilated all of us with a snap of his fingers, and will probably do so again.
And this is
We
why I
need
look
all of the
for
help we can
allies.
get, even if we don't like it.
We
Yeah,
can deal with the.
The problem that worry is what if we're creating a bigger problem than what we're dealing with at the moment, which is hard to think. But you just have to be careful.
In order for us to create a bigger problem than we're dealing with currently with Orsivis, his power would have to grow to the point that he could actually control dragons the way that Damodar does. And currently, he does not possess that power. So if presumably we can deal with Damodar, we can deal with Orsavis, myself, whoever we end up deeming a threat after this is all said and done. Until then, if in the meantime we are protecting people and preventing needless death, I'm going to do what it is in the best interest of killing Damodar and protecting those.
I don't mind. As long as that remains the goal. You know. Hopefully we can stop him.
Tug would like to speak.
Yes.
Tug has known
How's-
you all for a short time, but in that time, Tug would regard you all as friends. You should keep your friends close.
Is that right, Tug?
That is right. That's all I
Then
had
I'll
to
put-
say.
I'll put an arm over Tegan and be like, this guy isn't going anywhere, so.
But not
Best
too
friends.
close, because I like to do things alone from time to time.
That
Tug
is
likes to
business.
do things alone sometimes in the privacy of maybe my bedchamber.
There's a joke there somewhere.
I don't think it's pretty obvious, but alright.
I don't think he was joking.
Alone
I
time
don't want
is
be
Tug
upset.
time.
Yep, he did.
That's where the
He
joke
did it.
was. Went there. All right, we're wrapping up session 20 minutes early. I'm fucking done.
Come on!
No, I
That's
love it.
good.
Oh god.
Oh, it was great. It was great. Tegan will also say, and Tug, I don't want to let it go unsaid. You are also considered a friend by all of us.
Thank you. Tug likes this.
You've been a very helpful guide. I hope you continue to stick with us.
Tug will try.
Speaking of, Tug,
Oh!
didn't you say your people were killed by orcs? Is it going to be difficult for you to travel with us on this?
No. Tug has spoken to Boss Cobb, and it seems that the great chief Ukar is looking for help, looking for forgiveness. Tug and the Zers of Rook open our arms wide.
It's very big of you, Tug.
Forgiveness and acceptance go a long way.
What else would Tug do?
Don't get any ideas.
Hey, Tug, did you hear if this Orf chieftain wants to attack the city of Stone?
Tug doesn't know much about Great Chief of this orc people. Tug only knows that we were attacked by orc people. Pushed away from hills. We are far travelers in this land, it seems. Tug and friends. We only came into the companionship of the dwarfs for work and help. Shelter.
So have you been to the city of Stone?
No. Tug has not laid into the Stone City. But Tug has seen Stone City.
Alright. Let's go see if those goblins are ready. Unless you all have anything else you would like to discuss. Alright. Oh, by the way, Thanos, I got a spell for you now, and I'll ritually cast telepathic bond on all of us. I mean, like, so when you fucking run away, I'll be able to talk to you from now on.
Sorry, what about?
I don't
Yeah,
know that I
that was my Siri. I don't know why it just talked.
will.
Erie wants to talk to Thanos instead.
Apparently. But this will be useful in situations where we're in combat.
I plan to keep it up as much as I can. Although, if an extended dungeon thing, I might not always be able to put it back up, but I'll try to keep it up as much as I can.
I just need to do better about working with Maldor to tell him that I'm going to go do things, and he can use his instantaneous one as well. To
Yeah, I mean, this connects all of us, though. So,
Well, stop running off.
I mean, that's a very
how
good
am I
answer.
supposed to gather information if we go stomping in there and they decide to attack us?
I don't know that you get much more information if you go stomping in there by yourself and they attack you.
I was about to say, what information did you glean last time when you went in there on your own?
How hard they could hit.
I found the hole last time.
That is true.
So prior to the whole combat portion, where there was a magical guardian set up by a deity level power of endless blood.
That sounds gross.
It
was-
was quite gross.
Some
It
client
was.
test.
It tried to grab me. It came off the wall. Why was the blood enchant? Like, there's so many questions, but I have learned a great deal. Thanks. And I have notated this, and I will adjust my strategy as such.
Tug knows
All right,
name
let-
of this.
Oh, sorry, Doug. Go ahead.
Tug knows name of this. It is what I believe known as hentai.
No, that's tentacles.
And hentai. Where does that originate from?
Tug doesn't know.
Oh, Lathan.
Wait,
Oh,
Probably.
because I was about to say we didn't really get it in Glimmark. I've never heard of that. Didn't cross the ocean.
Tug looks from left to right, pondering. What do you mean by tentacles?
One day when you're older.
Well, shall we go?
Goblins.
Yes,
Yes,
yes. Let's go,
goblins.
please.
We can only talk so much.
All right. So you pass outside. You can see the goblins getting themselves underway. You swing the double doors of the northern side of the ale house. You see Boss Com beginning to pull themselves towards you. Welcome. Pull up. Gonna join? Grabs,
Indeed.
begins to pull the caravan, then grabs a makeshift megaphone type thing, stands on the platform. We are going to move now! One at a time! So they begin to slowly move off in a line formation out of the alehouse. One of the traders is leans nearby, one of the nearby shed areas. Fucking finally, Jesus. Been here all morning! So they begin to pull themselves away in the long draw. You have to find yourselves in some midst of the mass, and then you begin to pull yourselves together with that mass as you begin to migrate.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep telepathic bond up as much as I can while we're traveling, so that if we want to talk, we don't have to talk around the goblins.
Okay.
And also, like, if Tegan and what's your stepbro's name?
Tartugan.
Yeah, if Tegan or Tartugan want to like scout ahead or something, we can keep in touch with them.
Yeah, I'll probably call Tartugan down and hop on and take off in the sky.
Okay. Wow. Brendan, your internet. Rest in
Going
peace.
crazy.
I gotta say, this is probably the easiest map to load. There's nothing really on it besides map bins. You're stuck
It's
there.
chugging.
Yeah, you're chugging over there. I see your little icon. Try to force you over. I don't know if it's gonna help, but
We'll get there eventually.
hey, you got it. you.
I have a question. You can use the spell Hold Monster on a humanoid, right?
Think so?
Because
Yeah,
it
it's
says
just a more
choose a
powerful
creature.
version. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all creatures.
All creatures. I think it's fine.
Yeah, if just there was like any reason I needed to, I wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Got it. Need to pick up counterspell.
No, that's
Cool.
hold asshole.
Huh?
No, that's
What?
hold asshole.
That's Hold
I-
Double
I-
Agent.
I have not been an asshole at all.
It's just
Not
for
to- not to
possibility
us.
of future assholeism.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
not to
there's
us,
a
for sure.
possibility everything I do goes horribly wrong, yes.
Yeah, I think that's what Maldor and Barris are trying to tell you.
That doesn't make me an asshole. That makes me a high risk gambler.
Ooh, yeah.
So as we are getting underway, I love how it took the entire session for us to get going. That's hilarious in itself. I think it's just fantastic. We're gonna end on something that is cinematic, something that is going to paint a picture for you. I'm gonna fast travel you for a bit, so I'm gonna prompt you all for a long rest here. Let me go ahead and get you all, because I gotta prompt you just in case you do have things.
I could
that you-
change spells.
yeah, just in case you have things that you want to.
Yeah, I need my spell slots back.
Okay, do long rest and new day. Okay, so it should give you. All right, did that work?
Looks like we got
Yeah.
3.
Okay.
Well,
Everyone get the prompt and all that? Cool.
Yep.
Okay, just want to make sure. So, you are taking quite literally a straight shot right through the foothills. The goblins do not want any part of the Enzatfars, any part of the dwarfs that are moving themselves about. You notice as you're taking on, you get to that courtyard, the crossroads, right? I should say the crossroads. There are some roads. We had the blacksmith, right? We had the well at the center. Then they said the dragon kind of flying overhead. That was because Tortugan was scaring them, that kind of thing, right? They actually get there when they first arrive. You see Boss Cobb running on ahead, trying to catch up, and begins to talk to a number of goblins, who then begin to fan out and spill into various stalls of the row. And people are throwing their hands up like, what is happening? And they're actually intentionally causing some chaos. They're causing some trouble, grabbing some things and throwing it up, causing mischief and commotion. While Boss Cobb tells everyone to cross the crossroads and duck down from the embankment and dive in, literally off the road, and start hitting the hills, hitting into the trees, running as fast as possible. And now everyone's kind of moving and trucking as quickly. Boss Cobb's go, go, go. And so some of the dwarfs that are riding on their war rams, they're all of a sudden seeing the goblins in the stalls, but they're also seeing the goblins hitching themselves off. They potion, they begin to tap, and they begin to point back the Enzatfar to get riding, to fetch more dwarfs as these goblinoids begin to make way. And then you see a couple goblins lower their short bows down, and they begin to fire volleys of arrows in the direction of the dwarf on the war ram, who then begins to navigate to take cover. So they're causing distractions. They're actually fighting on behalf of all of you. And all they're trying to do is get you as quickly as possible. So now you're kind of in a run. Tortugan flying overhead, majestic as it's coming down. And you're not wanting to cause anybody to follow. So at this point, you would land with Tortugan so that they could not trail you and your entire people of goblinoids and yourselves, right? So that's one of the things you're doing here on this travel. And then at a certain point, you've gone into the hills here, which actually are in same size as that of the Windy Tower area, with the hills as they roll through, the towers kind of perched up. They get really large. In most of the world, this would constitute like a mountain in some of this. But here, they're foothills because the mountains that surround them are significantly larger. And as you're moving through, there is this red rock, this staining. It's always on your boots. It's on your pants as it's moving through. It's whipping with the desolate wind, cackling of thunder every so often, with new storm is billowing and rolling in from the sea as it pushes over land. The trees tower evergreens to about 200 feet, and they're that auburn orangish hue, permanent in terms of coloration, as they've soaked up all of that iron oxide from the red rock and kind of now pigmented with it. And it's just this ecosystem that is really foreign, and it's alive. There's monstrous creatures that lurk in the shadows every so often, but they fear you all because you're a large mass of people. They don't want to draw attention as they're kind of pulling, and you see them one time and perhaps in your rest, stalking, but then the goblins run out, shaking these devices like little drums as they run out into the shadows on their watch, trying to scare the great beast away. These creatures showing that they have lived here their entire lives and they've trained and adapted to the environment, how to move through this area. There is strength in numbers. The dwarfs, after some of the scouts, the people they've left behind to observe and report, and they've double marched to try to catch up with Boss Cobb, they have spoken that the dwarfs have not pursued. They've not found their trail. And the goblins that were in the crossroads, they didn't make it out. So the ones that drew the attention, fired the volleys of bows, they stayed there. And they just simply have not returned. And Boss Cobb pulls a small wooden flask, uncorks it, pours it out. One for the homies. Pockets it. And it's just another sacrifice in this nomadic, desolate region of Ismar. The reason why I said we're going to end with somatic is because you begin to approach the mighty river. It is barren as it begins to encroach because there's cracking in the earth. There's gaps every so often that you have to jump over. Oftentimes the goblins have to lower wooden planks down and then tiptoe themselves over some of these cracks because they're so large they can't even jump over them. They're trying to reach the river's edge, which is a near steep, almost vertical cliff face of over 300 feet that will reach what Boss Cobb has described as a rickety dock with boats that'll take you across. And as you're doing this,
I should ritual cast water breathing, right?
Tegan, you observe something. A shadow, large, that is moving. It has emerged from the north, and it's flying south. You lower Tartugan down to not draw too much more attention to the lack of cover here now, easily to be spotted. Is it the red dragon? Is it the silver dragon? Right. These are the thoughts maybe going through your mind. Then you notice that a number of people begin to lower themselves down. They begin to point to the sky, and the rest of you, being as perceptive as you are, stare that another creature has emerged, flying from the south due north. It has a faint glimmer of blue as it sparkles. The sun.
That's not good. Is it heading this way?
No. It's flying at the other mass, as from the north as it flies south. Both these dragons can move at incredible rates of speed, across distances of travel. So as you have made your way about the cracks, as Boss Cobb is pulling you as quickly as possible to the edge, to lower yourselves down, to not draw attention from what is flying overhead, now moving at full speed due north. The other one is matching that speed. And as you get
Well,
to the edge, go ahead.
There's two dragons flying north?
No. There's a dragon
they're
that's
going-
coming from the north,
okay.
going south, and there's a dragon from the south going north, and they're
Jesus.
flying at each other at full speed. You wondered why Erthun was here. Wondered what they were up to. This land is changed by dragons. And as you hold yourselves at the edge, Boskab is telling you quickly to begin to lower yourself down by ropes that are tethered to nearby rocks that are anchored inside of the cracks themselves. And you look down as a number of goblinoids are lowering themselves down to literal barges of planked wood that is roped together with oars. There is over 24 of them, quite a lot. You notice that some of them have washed up into the rocks and are destroyed as this mighty river moves through. But they're boats because they float. And Boskab looks, go down, now! Begins to tell you to get to lower yourselves down. And you hesitate for a moment. And you look towards the sky. After this distance, you've observed these two flights in motion for near 20 to 25 minutes as you've moved through the cracks to the edge, and right before you lower yourselves down, you see them impact each other in the middle of the air, roughly 250 feet above the surface that you're currently on, dozens of miles in the distance, and the crash, both of them together, sends a shockwave through the gentle wood as the trees themselves move and shake and are ripped apart. And both dragons, intertwined in a dance, begin to pull themselves towards the surface. And all you see now is every so often lines of hundreds of feet of lightning that is purple and pink shooting from the canopies of the trees, and the breath of white-blue fire that begins to scorch large portions of the gentle wood.
That is so close to us.
The ground shakes even at this distance.
Well, if we get lucky, perhaps some problems will take care of themselves.
You mean between two immortal dragons? Oh, so clarification. Did we see the other color was red, right? So it was red and blue
Correct.
impacting? Yeah. Huh?
They
just-
impacted roughly 20 miles away from you. Like I said, it's very far.
How are the boats holding up?
Lower yourself down. Get yourself onto the planked boats. Boskab, row! 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 You begin to row the oars, pulling yourself across.
As if
And
they're
slowly
gonna.
and surely, you begin to get a number of miles in travel. And then, over top of the cliff, as you look dozens of miles due north, the chasm of the mighty river, the dragons roll over each other and crash through the gentle wood, and they begin to lower and fall down towards the water, intertwined.
No way.
Wasn't
And as
there
they
a
crash-
tribe in the woods?
And as they crash down into the water, an explosion of rock falters from the cliff sides, and the billow of water begins to emerge like a tsunami. You are now in the middle of the chasm. Boskab looks and stares. Looks towards the rest of you. Row faster! Row faster!
Well, it has been a pleasure, gentlemen. Thanos is turning into a bat.
You can't do that during the day.
It's not day, isn't it? 8? It's 8 p.m. He advanced the top.
I
It looks like
mean,
nuts.
I don't know. Is it summer or is it winter?
I was about to
It's
say.
almost. It's spring.
There's a
so-
sun, so I figured it was during the day.
You
What?
know-
Why am I on this boat alone?
This is
Who
so funny.
did this?
Wish you guys luck.
I
Thanos is
I
fucking
would
different.
haste myself,
Thanos.
pop my wings out, pull my pirate hat out, put my pirate hat on, and start barking orders at everybody below me.
So as you do that, get yourselves in positions and you begin to take flight. You see Tug other boats to the backside I've left off the map for the sake of you, Brendan, so you don't have to load so much stuff. And in fact, I don't know if you are even on Foundry anymore. So.
I'm here.
You're here.
I'm here.
So, as we're going to conclude the session, you all begin to take flight. The wave encroaching begins to pull towards you. Boss Cobb continuing to yell, and all of the goblinoids here, the numerous amounts of boats, to continue to row, quickly as possible.
I got my water breathing off, right?
Huh?
Did I get my water breathing off before?
Did you get your water breathing off?
Yeah, I said that
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
All right. Everyone can breathe
Everyone-
if these if worst
That's
comes
fine.
to worst. Yeah, I just worst case scenario.
That's assuming you guys don't get hit by the rocks and knocked out.
Yeah, well, if you get knocked out and fall into the water, you can breathe.
You ready for another Kraken?
Oh my god.
Another Kraken.
Imagine that a kraken attacks us at this river.
So where we're going to end.
I'll hit Tug with the water breathing as well, since it's 10.
You all ready? Okay. Where we're going to end, you activating your bat wings, haste, taking flight, abandoning ship, Boss Cobb yelling. You stare roughly 3 miles. The massive cliffside that emerges on the opposite side. Not only do you have to get across, but you also have to scale the other side of this chasm. You look to your north, and you can see the billow of the wave as it's kind of beginning to build from the massive smash of rock and 250-foot long plus dragons that have literally crashed into the water as they're fighting each other. There are 2 other dragons that fly off of the eastern cliff side where you are intending to head. As they take flight, they are small, roughly 40 to 50 feet in length, and they have a faint glimmer of gold, copper, bronze coloration. It's difficult to tell. They proceed to drop themselves down to the chasm, opening their wings, and they're pushing their way towards all of you at Boss Cobb.
What a fucking
All right.
joke.
How's everyone feel?
Terrible. Not good.
GG's.
We didn't take enough downtime.
Well, if you took more downtime, you probably couldn't even get to this. So, you know what? At least we got to it.
Well, here's the thing.
We took way too much downtime is the answer.
You
I mean,
guys,
we didn't have a choice.
No,
after these
we didn't.
long sessions of just talking and, getting better and min-maxing, that we're not going to get just destroyed at some point. Like, it happens every time. We get all
Oh yeah,
confident,
for sure.
like, oh, we're really good, and then we just get shit on. It just happens.
I don't
Listen,
feel really
okay?
good.
This is different. This is not getting shit on. This is just the world right now moving around you.
Yeah.
As I had stated long ago, the world is going to function with or without you in it in certain regards. This is one of those moments.
Boss Cobb's going to take care of us. It'll be fine.
Boss
Yeah.
Cobb is going to do whatever Boss Cobb fucking can. Row!
Dude.
Boss Cobb is like, I signed up to fucking dwarves. Why are there dragons in my goddamn river?
I saved myself so much hardship because I almost unprepared a polymorph because I was like, I never use this spell, but I left it and I still have polymorph. Thank God. Because that spell is so good in situations like this
Oh, yeah, for sure.
where you need to run.
So I hope it didn't feel too jarring. I was going to do more narration with it, but again, pressed for time. Don't want to keep it too long, just narrating for like 10, 15 minutes,
That was
especially
so
after all
cool.
the downtime stuff. So try to condense a number of the things that happened. And of course, we'll have more at the beginning of next session with what happens. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah,
I'm
that
gonna
was
calculate
awesome.
some experience points for all of you. If you have any questions on what just happened or anything about anything, you can ask while I calculate stuff.
Hopefully, we didn't ruin your session with all the downtime stuff.
No, we talked about 4 days, and then I looked at the downtime thing, and honestly, probably was just me not taking enough time with it. But I felt very confused, so I was like, I'll just wait until we start, and then I opened a can of worms,
It's
which is
just kind of a
fine.
natural part of playing D&D, though.
I
'cause
think
we
it's a-
went to
yeah.
11.
Yeah,
you know,
for
so
sure.
we had 11, and then
Yeah.
we have stuff
We
to
gotta-
do. And
We also hadn't shopped in forever, and we had like 2,000.
and we have a town and people around us and all that
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
It's your game. You play it how
Yeah.
you want to play.
And
Just
then
make sure
also
everyone, everyone's having a good
Yeah, I
time.
was gonna say with the stuff with Nameless, that was cool. That was all really cool to learn.
Yes.
Honestly, I was gonna give, and I don't know how you all feel about it, but I think I should give inspiration to Tegan over here for thinking about talking to them again.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you think about that, Brendan?
I'll take it.
I think it was fantastic. I'll give it to you. Go to your feature tab and add an inspiration point, because just the thought process of being like, we should go back to Nameless. It's like, wow, that's pretty clutch. 'Cause Nameless has a story.
Wasn't a giant piece of the puzzle, but it definitely opened our eyes a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I would like at some point, if we could ever get back there, to go talk to what was it, the headmaster's name? Porig?
Oh, fuck
Oh,
that guy. He's an asshole.
Go back to Porg.
Only when he's not high.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's like half the time, which is the issue.
I'll just keep him high. It's easy.
God. What are the dragons doing?
My
What?
best guess, I think this orc dude has them under his control.
They're playing tag.
Hmm?
It's obvious.
I was gonna say, I think the old one got tired of us fucking dicking around, so he sent Tresgold to deal with Barry Thune, and
But they can't die till they have the stones, right? Like they're vulnerable to damage.
well, we don't know that for sure because the stones are just pure chaos, and that's exactly what
You've
he
met
is. He is a
you've
chaos
met,
titan.
you met Tresgall. Okay? Tresgall
Mhm.
told you their story. Okay?
It's got history.
Tresgall's got some history. But I don't want you to know about that kind of history. I want you to know about one part of their story. And I'll remind you, because it's been a long time, how did Tresgall wind up where they wound up? How was Tresgall still alive?
Because they were an even match, right? And
Well-
so they just imprisoned him.
Technically not alive.
Definitely not alive. They imprisoned him because they couldn't kill Tresgall completely. So instead,
Yeah.
they captured them and imprisoned them. So there is other ways of defeating each other than just killing each other.
Right.
Is that something that's happening here? That remains to be seen. Now Tresgall is wielding lightning breath that is purple and pink from their mouth. No longer blue
Yeah.
lightning.
Like an
You might-
upgrade.
He might pull a frog and just eat fucking everything.
So
That
there's
would be
things
Fuck that
happening
frog.
here. And as I had said, your decisions, what you have done in this game, impact it and the world around you, right? And the world still functions. And so, the whole thing with Tresgall is a whole storyline. Groups don't get to Tresgall sometimes. They don't get to Tresgall. Some groups don't even help Tresgall.
Yeah, I mean, I sometimes wonder if having Tresgall released was a good or bad decision by us. I don't know.
I think it gives us. It's like the simplest way, my point of view, is we both want to stop Damodar. It's kind of like we're on the same side, but working different angles.
Yeah.
Look,
So-
And our-
sometimes you
our
have to build an
angle-
army of misfits and then defeat the big bad and then destroy your own army of misfits afterwards.
Damodar-
It's just-
If Damodar is fighting a war on multiple fronts, then it it's obviously going to be harder for him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I always thought
or
that as well.
The more avenues we create to attack him, the greater our chances of success will be.
Man, I'm gonna play a lot of D&D this week. We got this session, then Multiverses Day, then another session. I'm so pumped.
Oh yeah. Session 63, 218 experience each, but you had 87,230 experience total. And then for you, Erwin, obviously you're not here because you're still working. Looks like it caught up to you the entire session length, which sucks. 483, and hopefully you see that or when you get back. Yeah. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Check us out next week, Saturdays at 11 a.m. PDT. And you can always check out the Wayward ones at 4 coming up here. And then my lighting is still bad. I did not have time. I was going to go this morning, but again, the branch thing, so I couldn't actually go out to find something that would suffice for a lighting. But my light broke. I had a light. The stand broke on it, so now it's like dirt. That was funny. Last night's group were like, I had like these desk lamps, and they were like coming up here. And I looked like I was like telling a ghost story.
I watched on the stream.
Yeah.
It looked funny.
It looked funny, yeah. So it's best I could do. But anyways, thanks so much for watching, and bye.
Bye.
Yeah.